Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to DreamHack Dallas. You already know we got some more Fortnite action to break down for all of you at home, but this is a little bit more unique. Now, obviously, we've gotten to watch some structured zero-build Fortnite action leading to what is potentially the biggest third-party event of the year, Gamers 8. But now we get to take a break from that and get to watch Clix and Mr. Savage go head-to-head, SBG.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting. There's a brand new map that was created in UEFN, and we're going to take a look to see exactly how that plays out. I'm excited to see how these players are able to navigate that, and Clix and Savage having the opportunity to play with a couple of different people as we go through this map, and we're going to see who exactly is the best of the blonde-haired kids.
Hey, listen, we'll get a lot of their opinion here as we get into the map, but we got to talk about the opinion of a lot of people that were participating in the events over the weekend. And of course, we got to sit down with some people and get their thoughts on Texas. Let's go ahead and take a look.
First thing that comes to mind, probably the heat. You know, it's just so hot here. It's so dry and humid. I'm always thirsty. Whenever I think of Texas, I think of cowboys and dry desert.
Texas Roadhouse. Cowboys. That's it. Just Cowboys.
Barbecue. I like barbecues. I tried Terry's Black Barbecue yesterday. It wasn't anything special. I had higher expectations, but it was okay.
It's country music, I think. Wherever we go, we went to steakhouses and like a bit of walking around, everyone's listening to country music, I feel.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with everyone at home. I heard country music, the Cowboys, and I heard barbecue.
Now, is it the Cowboys or just Cowboys?
I think both times it was just said Cowboys. I don't think they ever said the Cowboys. So, I mean, interestingly enough, definitely a different opinion. And I know we have a different opinion.
Also,
because
Queasy better be careful. Saying Terry Blacks is not that good in Texas, you're not making friends, my friend.
Well, listen, when you had the opportunity to go to North Carolina this past November and experience real barbecue, of course you're going to have a differing opinion.
Friends either.
So it is going to be exciting, though, to see some of these players that should play in our show match and, of course, our finals later on today. But this show match is interesting, right? This is a new map created in UEFN, Unreal Engine Fortnite Edition. This thing is amazing. It is going to be a cube push payload map. Now, what's interesting about this is this was actually created in cooperation with Vicenia Studios. These guys are incredible.
It is really cool, and I'm interested to see how these players decide to play this map. We've seen it was released earlier this week, so, you know, did anyone go in, try and get the secret strats? We know these players love to push the boundaries of different games. We see them doing it in the standard modes, but you give a player a week, especially certain players, you know, 72 hours used to be one of those players that would constantly look to push the boundaries of games. Now are Clix and Savage looking to push the boundaries of this map. And who do you think wins?
Ooh, you know, listen, I think there's going to be some NA biasy here, but I'm going to say Clix because, honestly, Mr. Savage, great dude. Right now, hard to tell them apart, to be honest.
That's
but
true.
It is going to be a close one regardless, but I do think Clix walks away with it. Again, maybe a little NA bias, but...
All right, I'll take Savage then.
All
if
right.
We're going, you got Clix, I got Savage. Whoever wins has to jump in the water.
All right. Well, we'll be seeing SVG jump live into the water later. But no, it is going to be fun regardless. And this is just one of multiple maps that were actually created in UEFN in partnership with DreamHack over the past week. So make sure to go on to DreamHack FN socials. Check out some of those maps. All the codes are already linked there. Obviously, the code was on the screen moments ago too. But we're just moments away from getting into the payload Cube Edition. Honestly, again, very unique map, and that's what I love about UEFN is the creativity of the player base is now free to be open because UEFN allows players to create their wildest dreams.
Yeah, I've played around with it quite a bit, trying to get used to the new tools. I've played with creative, kind of really just to make my own map so I can warm up, test different things while I'm trying to make content. But UEFN, having the Unreal Engine tool behind you and then being able to port that directly into Fortnite, and then you have these amazing studios that are building all these different creative maps, and we've seen how generous Fortnite has been with supporting these different studios and allowing this kind of environment to thrive. I've always been a proponent of creative Fortnite, and now we're going to call it Unreal Engine FM.
FN?
No, it's probably, we're not calling it that. Let's take that back. But we've seen now a massive expansion into the ability to create these creative maps, and this is going to be the long-term future of Fortnite, regardless of where Zero Build or the Battle Royale goes. People are going to create some amazing maps, and we're going to have so much fun playing them.
That we are. It's going to be interesting. The future of Fortnite is endless here, folks, and that's the beauty of UEFN, and this is just going to be one example of that. And this is an early example, too, and this is one thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is UEFN, right? We've had creative for a long, long time, but UEFN as a tool is brand new, just coming out in the recent months, and so we're getting to see some of those first creations begin to flow out of UEFN, and I'm pumped. There's a lot on the line here for creators of maps, too. I believe 40% revenue share from Fortnite, which is massive. And, of course, we saw another breakdown come out recently showing some of the financial breakdowns of, like, the top map creators. So it is a good time to get involved with UEFN, folks. If you want to start creating maps, show off your creativity, now's the time to do it and get those players in.
Yeah, and the coolest part is there's like an endless thirst for new creative ideas. We've seen, I just saw some map the other day. It's like a 1v1 realistic piece control creative map.
Yeah.
So every single time that you get an elim, you're set into a new scenario where you're then doing a quick piece control drill, trying to get better and quickly improve those mechanics. And we've seen piece control maps, we've seen 1v1 maps, but never necessarily the combination of the two. And it's always cool to see we're, 3-4 years into creative Fortnite and players are still pushing the boundaries. We've seen some like full-on RPG style maps go on. And then at the same time, we're seeing players build these brand new like zombie creations where you have the horde coming at you and then you got to take them down. You got to create and build on levels. There's so much within creative Fortnite, and now even more tools have expanded this to allow players to really have endless possibilities.
Yep. I mean, look, we're almost there, though. We're almost in for the first match. What are you expecting to see here in the first show match of the day?
Well, I expect Clicks to play against Savage.
Oh, okay. Good estimation there, Mr. Obvious. All right.
Thank you.
But before we get into the first game, of course, we have to jump into a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned. We'll get into the show match soon. Clicks versus Mr. Savage. This is going to be interesting. Clicks, Savage going up head-to-head here at DreamHack Dallas. This is going to be the kind of an inaugural UEFN show match at DreamHack.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, I'm really thinking you had Clicks. I got Mr. Savage. Based on how this weekend's went, Mr. Savage is playing better. So I'll take the hot hand, and I believe he will be taking this one home because, I mean, dude's just really good at Fortnite. He
is very, very good at Fortnite, but Clicks is very good at Fortnite as well. And you know what? Listen, again, that NA bias coming through. So it's going to lead me to believe that Clicks and his team will be able to win the inaugural UEFN show match here at DreamHack. So without further ado, we got the players loaded and almost ready to go for you. And strap in because there are quite a few names going to be presenting head-to-head alongside Clicks and Mr. Savage.
Okay. Say you get to build your perfect team. Who are you putting, like, first overall pick? Who you picking?
Okay, you know what? So first...
like any player in the world ever.
In the world. So not even just who's at DreamHack
now. Any player ever.
You know, this is good. This is good. I think before the weekend, I would have said Tayson would be a first pick.
After you just called Booga all weekend?
The reason I say Tayson, right, is Tayson's a little bit more well-rounded, whereas Booga's mind is just unstoppable, right? Okay. So I would say Tayson would be a first-round pick before the weekend. After the weekend, I don't know. I'm going to be real. I lost a little confidence in Tayson. But that doesn't mean he's not an incredible player, so he'd still be a top 3 pick for me. But first player, of course, across the board, it's going to be Veno.
Okay, taking Veno. I like it. That's a pretty good one. Now for Mr. Savage team, I'm probably going to go with Vidil. They already have that camaraderie together. They played FNCS. I don't necessarily care whether or not they're here because we're totally making this up as we go. So I'm going to go with Vidil as the second overall pick in the draft.
Okay, Vidil.
Yeah.
All right.
Who you got next?
Okay, how many players do we have?
Let's say it's a 5v5 to keep this not going on for like 3 hours.
5v5, all right. So, Clicks and Veno I have on my team.
Okay.
Next up, of course, I'm going to have to shoot over probably one that's not going to be anticipated here. It's actually going to be Pump. The man is unstoppable when given the right tools and resources, and a show match is the perfect environment for Pump to shine.
All right, well, I feel like this is now a shame we haven't picked Tayson. I'm taking Tayson right here. You hyped him up for long enough, and now I have 3 EU players, Vidil, Mr. Savage, Tayson. We got the good vibes going on. All those players been playing against each other for a while. They have the, I don't know that it's really camaraderie, but like the competitive spirit against one another. We got the duo that plays together. Then throw Tayson in. He's going to take over, be that big brain that you already talked about. And that's my first 3.
Okay, you know what?
You're taking Booga.
You know, I was going to say Booga, but I think I'm actually going to go a different direction. I'm actually going to go ahead and take World Cup champion Booga.
Okay. Well, I see your World Cup champion, and I will take my World Cup champion of Aqua. Because if there's a minigun in this lobby, Aqua's the best player in it.
Ooh, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. And I believe there might just be one. We'll see once the show match starts. But, okay, so what? I get one more player?
This is your last pick. Or we can expand this until 10. We'll be here till 12 o'clock.
This is tough. This is tough. Last pick of the draft going to Team Panda, Team Clicks. Of course, going to have to choose the one and the only Queasy.
Okay. Oh, you're finally taking an EU player.
Yeah, so listen, Queasy, Veno, putting them on the same team together, the team chem, incredible.
That's a good choice.
Of course, then Booga Clicks. I want to balance it out, not just go heavy EU or heavy NA, find a good, solid balance between the two. But, of course, last pick for you?
Trying to think. Chat, who would you pick in this situation? If this was up to you, who's the first player off your board? He's taking a lot of good players. I'm like, I kind of want like a Reet or a Miro. You got to get that controller balance in there. But at the same time,
but
you do have some controller balance. This is a tough one. All right. I got plenty. Like, this is such a nice luxury to have. You've never played with 5 people on a team before in Fortnite. So now I don't even have to think about squads. I'll probably go Scented here.
All right. See, there are our ideal teams getting ready to go head-to-head. I wish these were the teams we were going to see long-term. Maybe another opportunity where we see these drafted teams compete. You never know. But before we get into this match, we're going to go to a quick break. So for you all at home, stay tuned, get the popcorn ready, because these show matches are going to go fast.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
The time is now here at DreamHack Dallas, the finals, baby. It is all on the line. We have $250,000 in prizing. We have 10 spots to Gamers 8, the biggest gaming festival of the year. And of course, we have the handsome SBG right here. My man, how you feeling?
Feeling awesome, man. I'll speak for myself. I'm excited. We have the best players from Dallas competing now. And you could feel it in the arena. Everyone's a little electric. There's a little nerves too. Not everyone's, super comfortable. But a couple of players qualified already to Gamers 8. And now we're going to see 10 more qualify today.
Well, and keep in mind, folks, this is not just the first event of the weekend. This is the final. So 4 heats qualified onto this moment. So let's go ahead and recap what happened in some of those heats. There are a lot of top teams that could disrupt Bronos from going through, so it's going to be an exciting one. They're going down for the fight, making it a 50-50, a scrap that unfortunately they end up losing.
Beam Knifers going in. No shots connect right there, but
No.
Polarized connects one.
They're out.
I'm still shaking. I can't really put any thoughts in my mind on that.
No, we were honestly speechless. It was insane performance overall. We're just ready for tomorrow, and hopefully we do better.
The players are ready, and we're ready, but we got to talk about these players because, again, there were 4 separate heats qualifying on to the finals. Now, tons of players from around the world, not just the U.S., not just Dallas, Texas, around the world came to compete in DreamHack Dallas. And, of course, we have to highlight some of those teams. And let's start with heat number 4. Because we got to talk about the players that made it through. 14 teams making it through in heat number 4. Of course, right up there at the top is Kika and Kenzo. That was definitely a shock for me to see them walk away with that top spot.
It was a late night for some of these players, but they were able to come through. And right below them is Marek and Bully. Bully, one of the players that have already qualified to Gamers 8. Coming in a little late, only gets to play on the second day there, but doesn't matter, still making it through. Some of the big names, too, our first Brazilian team, Mojack and Origins, down there in 10th, able to qualify. Edgy and Duke, the reigning FNCS champions from NA, qualifying as well. And, once again, a pretty even distribution of teams from across the world.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely kind of nailed it on the head there with that one. I mean, Pablo and Bevy, obviously Europeans. Bluzro and Yasir, NA West, come from the West Coast. But one thing I do want to mention is on heat number 3 here. This was probably the most surprising outcome. And it was, the reason I say this is because a lot of the teams that are here that made it through heat 3 were teams that we definitely expected to make it through day 1.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you look right there, Booga and Muzz, 2 of the best players in NA, Moo and Tax, a team that qualified to Gamers 8 in the previous DreamHack at San Diego. Mustache and Tayson, I don't think they need any kind of introduction. Then we also have an OCE duo right there in 7th, Vortex and Jace. Love to see the global representation here at DreamHack. And then Queasy Veno, Origins Bronos. And we got to see High Sky and Camnuts. They were hyped after they qualified.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be hyped too, just like, of course, Bizzle Cooper, hype here from heat number 2. The Lanimal himself making his comeback here in DreamHack. And, of course, Nebs and Mr. Savage. Mr. Savage, a DreamHack veteran, taking the first place in heat number 2. So we'll watch them closely. And then lastly, of course, is heat number 1, where it all started here on the weekend. And, of course, we have to discuss NPen and D-Roller. What a fantastic team to see at the top.
Yeah, they're honestly my pick to win it all today. I don't know. I'm feeling it. They came in hot. Didn't work out for whoever won Heat 1, which would have been Queasy and Veno for San Diego. But a little bit of difference here. D-Roller, NPen, they got that dog in them. They're coming in ready to play today. And we see a ton of players ready to step up to the plate. Trashy and Pump, you highlighted Pump earlier.
Yeah.
Trashy and Pump have been on another level here this past few months.
They have, look, like you said, they have been on another level, but so have a lot of the players that are competing here today. There's some standout people that also didn't make it through the heats, and I want to talk about them real quick. Jaith and Jivy, big names. We expect to see Fluger and Opt, who qualified through San Diego 2 Gamers 8, not here in the finals. So the absence of some of these big names is going to be interesting to see how it compares. But remember, this is only the second of 3 qualifying opportunities to the Gamers 8 event. So this is still a pretty big culture shock from what we saw in San Diego.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's 2 out of 3. You may be wondering at home, what is he talking about? Well, in 2 weeks, we're playing in Sweden, DreamHack Summer. That will be your last chance to qualify for Gamers 8 through these tournaments. So make sure to sign up if you want to participate. Otherwise, you can also go to gamers8.gg and have the opportunity to check out everything that goes on with that festival. It's awesome. We went last year. Highly recommend you guys checking it out. Nonetheless, let's get back to Dallas today. You mentioned a couple of teams didn't qualify, but what that means is we have so many good duos that are playing today. They have made it, and there's just so many names. We just saw the entire list. So many great players have made it, and it just shows how stacked these heats were. The fact that you can mention a couple of names that I would have easily thought qualified.
And, you know, we're actually going to get to hear from one of those duos, and it is an interesting dynamic. It is Iamzo and Paper, who, I'm going to be honest with you, definitely a different personalities from the Fortnite scene. Let's go ahead and see what they had to say from DreamHack Dallas.
So my name's Paper, and my duo is Iamzo. And we're both NA's pro players, and we've been playing together for like a long time, and we're really good friends.
I like to be perfect in Fortnite, and like if you have 2 different brains, like they're obviously not identical, so sometimes someone's better than the other, and like if I don't think he understands it, then I'll just like scream it so he understands it.
And then like we kind of like laugh and like at the same things and stuff. We're just like good friends, so we just have good chemistry.
I'm just a very passionate player, and like I'm not gonna like stop my surroundings from like me being myself, so I'm just always gonna like be myself if that is yelling.
We just both are kind of like trying to lead. Like we both try to be like the leader, so we both just end up screaming at each other. But in the end, it all works out.
I have like the brain, and like he has a brain, so like they both like go together.
I'm like, come here, let's do this, and he's like, no.
Hold on, Amzo, we need to go there now. No.
He's just got the little kid voice, and sometimes when he screams, I just be like, so annoying.
I think the best thing about our duo is that we're both able to kill people, and we don't struggle in that area, and we both have brains.
But he's probably the best player in the game, like right now, aim and mechanically wise.
Bold statement coming out of Paper there. You heard what he said, right? He said Iamzo is the best aim and mechanic player in the game.
I would hope he says that. It's his teammate.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a hotly debated topic. You already know, of course, Veno, Tayson, and others being at the top of that list. Cold. I mean, yeah, even if you're going to compare directly with an A, Cold being on that list too. So Iamzo is a very talented player, and I'm glad Paper has defended him and arguing for him. But we got to talk about the majority of these players here, and they're getting ready and loaded in. Another team that, of course, we have to talk about, Duke and Edgy. This team ends up qualifying in, right? They have now made it to the finals here today, following their FNCS championship run, I should say, here in this season. Now, Do you think Edgy can win 2 major events back-to-back?
Do I think he can? Yes. Do I think it's likely? He has a 1 out of 50% chance, or 1 out of 50 chance in order to do it. I think they are one of the teams that I would put in that level of capable of winning this tournament, because as much as I would love to hype up everyone and be like, yeah, they can all win this tournament, I think there are clearly some contenders that have the ability to win these tournaments, and then there's a couple that I would be surprised if they won. Nonetheless, they made it here, so probably looking a little better than I would even anticipate.
Well, I mean, let's look at this, right? We had a lot of anticipations in San Diego. You and I sat down, of course, for that DreamHack event, and we got to talk about the heats. We got to talk about some of the players qualifying on, and there were some absent names from the finals there, or from the final standings in the top 10. Of course, Queasy Veno being one of them. Now, they are another FNCS champion here this season. Can they potentially walk away on top?
So I've been hammering home this redemption arc for this season.
All right.
We talked about it. You just mentioned they didn't win the last DreamHack in San Diego. They didn't win the first FNCS of this year. Then they go on to win the second FNCS of this year in dominant fashion. Arguably the greatest FNCS performance we will ever see. And then go ahead, qualify here in DreamHack. They waited a little bit. They realized, oh, we won the first heat last time. Let's not do that. It's not exactly what allowed us to be successful. Then go ahead, qualify on day 2, put themselves in a better position, or get themselves a little more practice, maybe. I don't know. And then we will see. I think it is redemption season. I can easily see them taking this one home.
Redemption season for Veno and Queasy. Of course, another team that is notable that was participating in San Diego, but have now split. But both sides of the team have made it here to the finals. It is Seti and Cammy. Of course, as SPG has said all weekend, the team that has been together since 2004.
Yep, totally made up.
We're not even sure that they were born in 2004, but they have split and both made it to the final. So this is going to be a close race amongst teammates to see if they will be able to qualify onto Gamers 8, because while there is $250,000 on the line, massive pricing, the ability to say that you have qualified to that Gamers 8 event, the gaming festival of the year, that is a massive honor, and that is also a driving factor as to why we've seen a ton of these pro players make their way over from Europe here to DreamHack Dallas to compete for one of those opportunities.
Definitely is. And I really do wonder whether or not Cammy and Seti, I almost mixed their names. We're not doing that. I wonder if they decided we're going to try new duos to just for this weekend, or if this is going to be a switch that we're going to see long term, because they have been playing together for so long and been so successful. One of the most consistent duos across the world over the past couple of years. And I mean, you can even go back to trios when they were playing with
Teak.
Yeah, there you go. But, you know, we're talking about a lot of duos that have qualified. I do want to throw out here, our San Diego winners, Quanti and Threats, are not in this lobby. They did not qualify through heats to this finals. They will be at Gamers 8, finish obviously top 10 if you win San Diego. Nonetheless, they didn't make it today, so we will not see a back-to-back DreamHack champion.
That's interesting. And again, it's actually the top 3. It's not just Threats and Quanti not making it to the finals here, also competing, but Fluger and Opt, another team there in the top that unfortunately they just didn't qualify on to the finals. And that just shows you the difference in play when it comes to one event to another. A lot of these players are repeat players, but there are also new factors that come into play that can disrupt the way that players keep their cool, especially in the heats, because the heats, in my opinion, are where these players struggle more than the final product, which is that, of course, closed lobby for finals. And realistically, there's a lot more you can control variable-wise in the finals than you can in those heats, and so I think that impacted them throughout.
That's a good point, because you are playing against those same players. You're not necessarily wondering who's landing where. You get to figure that out, and we have the drop maps that have been put out. Obviously, I could say I'm landing somewhere, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's a 200 IQ move. Seen it happen several times, get a surprise con, as we call it here in the Fortnite space, but there's a lot of teams that have put themselves in the category of a winner for DreamHack. Now, who's going to stand out from that? Obviously, top 10 will be moving on to Gamers 8, but there's still $250,000 that we're playing for. First place is $45,000. They're walking away with a ton of cash. So I would be quite happy with $45,000. Second place is $25K, $18K, and then $15K, rounding out our top 4. It's a lot of money to be winning for playing a weekend of Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot on the line for these players, but we've been talking about Gamers 8 quite a bit. For those of you at home that don't know what Gamers 8 is, it is, of course, the biggest gaming festival of the year, taking place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and, of course, the first event of the entire Gamers 8 festival, because it is multiple titles, is going to be Fortnite. So we're getting ready to see if these players will qualify on. If you want more information on the Gamers 8, or maybe even how you can participate, be involved, or be there in person cheering on your favorite team, go to gamers8.gg. All the info is located right there, and follow the socials, because that's the best way to stay connected with what's getting ready to happen. Again, the biggest gaming festival ever.
Say it again.
Biggest gaming festival of all time.
Say it. No, I'm just kidding.
Say it backwards.
Another team that has stood out throughout the last 2 heats, stood out, at least Hellfire stood out to me every time that we get in this style of lobby. Hellfire and Refsguard are on an absolute tear. Dominated early in Heat 1, most elims in Heat 1 of DreamHack San Diego, most elims in Heat 1 of DreamHack Dallas.
Yeah.
They are disgusting. They're on a tear, and I would be afraid to run up against them because Hellfire's an absolute dog, and he's coming for everybody in this lobby.
Well, the interesting thing about that team, and I'm glad you brought them up, is they were another example of Queasy Veno, what we talked about moments ago, of they were a team that was highly regarded. We watched them closely in the first heat of San Diego, and despite them making it to finals and having a lot of expectation on the shoulder, they didn't quite deliver, didn't make it to the top 10, didn't get that Gamers 8 spot. And so another redemption story, of course, Hellfire and Refsguard. And we got to get a little bit of their POV here in the beginning of the weekend, them talking about how they were planning, how they were going to play, and I think it is coming to fruition, but we won't know until these games start, because even though you are aggressive, it is 0 builds. You have to be really strategic with the aggression, because if you put yourself in a position where you're out in the middle of nowhere, another team could potentially third party, fourth party, no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to protect yourself. Unless you got 6 shield bubbles ready to go, which is very unlikely, you're going to end up going down. So for Hellfire and Refsguard, I hope they found that balance that they didn't quite have in San Diego here for Dallas.
Yeah, it is that balance, and it's also going to be a lot of who third parties who decides to land where. We talk about the drop map, but a lot of times you kind of condition drop spots over seasons, so that way, okay, this is my drop spot, but that's more regional. You don't typically see this level of global competition throughout a season, so you don't get to condition players from landing or not landing at a certain area. And then you just mentioned it. Early on, off spawn, if you're caught in a fight, we saw it all throughout heats yesterday. You get stuck in a fight, players will come third party you. Players will hear those shots and look to clean up fights. So it will consistently happen. And if we don't actually see players plan for what their rotation is or how they're going to win a fight quickly, and it doesn't even matter. You may win it all, or you may plan it all out. The team that's landing next to you or with you could just be like, dude, no, that's not how we're playing this. And then all of a sudden, you're in a bad experience. So adaptability. Game 1 is all about the plan. Game 2 is all about the plan. Then when things don't go right, what are you doing?
Yeah, you got to make the adjustments. Go get it energized. I mean, look, it really does come down to how they play throughout. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be focused on the placement and let the eliminations flow to them. Again, because one of the biggest mistakes we saw in the heats leading up to this, and also saw in San Diego finals, is there were teams that they are very, very good fighters, and they should be taking fights, but they were taking fights that ultimately led to them going down. And typically in the beginning of the game, great, they'd win those fights. But going towards the mid-game, we'd see it time and time again where they end up getting caught out off guard, going for an elim, and then they go down to a third or fourth party. And so that is things that I really want these teams to focus on. Hopefully they do today. We actually saw a team who was really showing a bit of a standout performance in Lethal & Co. Over the heats this weekend, but they just couldn't get past the mid game because of the third party situation. They were literally starting their game with 6-7 eliminations, but they would continually go down because they couldn't survive past that 4th, 5th zone.
And during heats, we saw a lot of teams be aggressive, so I'm interested to see whether or not that continues, or if we're going to see players slow it down just a little bit, because you do get more points per elim in the finals than you do during the heats. It's 3 points per elimination in the heats. Now it gets up to 5. Placement stays the same. So significantly more points per elimination, but also significantly more risk. Now you're playing against the best players. They will come and take this fight. They're not afraid to. But at the same time, if you get involved, if you jump on a fight and someone else jumps on it, I don't care if you win that fight. Most likely you're walking away shambles.
Yeah, that's it. Honestly, that's what these players need to think about. But another thing they need to think about is how to get in and out of fights. Obviously, how to dive into the action and dive out if needed. And the best ways to do it, of course, is the web slingers and the ODM gear. We saw a lot of play from it. We actually saw some pretty impressive plays there in heat number 1 using the ODM gear in a tree, bouncing in and out of the tree, keeping a distance from the other players, but also creating a protective layer that ultimately they wouldn't have if they didn't have that ODM gear. So I'm hoping to see more creative plays with these movement items that keep the game going and keep it fresh.
Yeah, that movement will allow you to get away. It will also allow you to get involved in fights. It keeps a lot of movement going on, but wait, no longer. It is game number 1 here at DreamHack Dallas. It's finals time, baby, and we're jumping in with Vico and Lame. They are going towards that north side and just getting to see exactly how this map spreads out. We know that Nebs and Savage, they land down there at the Naughty Nets. Looks like Queasy and Veno are going to get Kenjutsu to themselves, and then Booga and Muzz landing nearby. Actually, I say that, but it looks like there's going to be a team in between Kenjutsu and where Booga and Muzz land. So this could be an interesting split to see whether or not they're going to be able to push this team out, or if they're just going to get pinched in between. We do see, looks like Duke and Edgy are fighting off spawn, but down goes Duke and Edgy. Oh,
wait,
no.
Edgy stays alive, holds it down as a solo. Unfortunately, losing Duke early, but is able to take out the other team contestant. Great start here for the FNCS champions.
Yeah, hey, they were kind of all off spawn during FNCS and kind of just ran away with it. It was almost like they weren't contested. Now we're going to see a lot of contests here. We saw Kaizen and Vox go against Cease and Tragics in the early heats. So expect to see that continue. We got Easiness and Crackly joining in this fight. They wanted to get involved. They're like, hey, guys, can't have this party without me. I'm coming regardless. I'm going to crash this.
Yeah, when we looked at some early drop maps here ahead of the finals, I didn't see Vox and Kaizen landing here, which obviously it makes sense that they landed here. They landed here during the heats, but I was more interested in the battle between Easiness and Crackly versus Cease and Tragics. Obviously, for me, when I would have to lean towards one team, I was leaning towards Cease and Tragics to win that fight, and for good reason. They've been landing Brutal Bastion both in and out of 0 builds, so they know this POI better than anybody, and I'm comfortable in saying that because Easiness is a kind of flow-as-you-go player. He'll pick up multiple POIs, he'll do different things throughout the map. He's not necessarily consistent to one, so for them, still an incredibly talented player, and it's going to be a tough fight for Cease and Tragics, but that's why I believe Cease and Tragics might be able to edge away with the fight at Brutal Bastion. Now, though, the focus is Anvil Square. You see D-Roller and Inpin over here at Kenjutsu, causing problems for Queasy and Veno, another FNCS champion duo. Can they hold on against D-Roller and Inpin?
Yeah, D-Roller and Inpin seem to have changed up their drop spot 3 or 4 times. I wasn't sure where they're actually going to decide to land today, but it does look like they are that team that's going to land in between Booga, Muzz, and then Veno and Queasy. So they're able to find some success early on. Don't think it's by any means an easy win, with Veno being one of, if not the best player in the world at the moment. Here's another fight off spawn that's going to continue to happen. We got Controller Gang and Okus and Scoped fighting against Punisher and G-Money. Punisher, G-Money, a late qualification, but Scoped and Okus, we know. Okus played really well last year at Gamers 8 for the 0 build and also the regular build, so I expect them to have continued success. Okus looking for a snipe here, but Punisher just keeps firing those away. You got to be careful with those.
You do. 100% yes, you do. But the exchange is here. Okus looks for it. He continues to stay ADS in on the sniper. Interesting choice for this duo to land Anvil Square. Obviously, this drop is probably one of the more favorable drops in zero build because of all the structures around and the protected areas. So you can take fights like we see here, despite them having a bit of a disadvantage being lower. Punisher and G-Money also don't have any other significant advantage. Like there's not a lot below that is just open because of that, it's going to be a slow fight. Punisher and G-Money will have to be patient and wait for Ocus and Scope to make a mistake. Otherwise, it's just going to be a standstill.
Yeah, the one nice thing about off spawn in zero build is you don't have to spend a ton of time farming material. So you can pretty much just get a loadout and then move around to wherever you want. So it does allow for a little faster paced games, and then the games do flow a little more evenly. As we see Moo and Tax, a team that finished in 7th in last DreamHack San Diego, they are now, 8th last DreamHack San Diego. They're now moving over to Mustache and Tayson, one of the best players in the world. Tayson over there, as Duke is going to pick up another elim there on the TK, but Moo's waiting for the opportunity, trying to find Tayson all by himself, and Tayson's walking into a trap here. He doesn't even know it.
Big shot comes through, though. I believe the overshield cracked. So that's enough for Moo to feel comfortable trying to start the fight, but with Tayson disengaging quickly, this might be another one of those standstills because Tayson and Mustache, they don't really have everything they need in comparison to Moo and Tax. Moo and Tax have the building. They have extra heals down here. They have resources to make sure to keep the fight going. So if Moo and Tax can find some shots, do some serious damage to Tayson and Mustache, it might be a tough day for them.
It does look like a third party has made their way over here. As though the third party gets third partied, so we'll call it a fourth party. This is just a big old party. The Nouns players taking out one of those. Looks like NPen is going to go down there to Muzz. So down south by Kenjutsu, that still has not figured it out. That will likely last multiple games until those players decide who gets to go where. Get to see the players figuring it out. Here in zero builds, these fights, they happen, and then it seems to be over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, the quick ebb and flow of these games is insane, so you just have to be mindful of that. Bizzle taking a huge risk here. He's taking damage from the left, and of course, as he slid down, taking more damage. Although, it's not going to be into the game here for him. He can use this area here quite nicely to just stay in it, stay alive. But these other teams are looming close, so Bizzle, Cooper need to remain vigilant and ready for either easiness and Crackly or Cease and Tragic to get involved.
Does look like they're just going to chill there for now. Zone 2 is going to begin to close, so that will force players into closer and closer engagements. Compared to the Heats here, Panda, this is well beyond stacked. Like, the stacked is not a word that will describe this compared to what we saw the W keying that happened in Heat. So Ocus and Scope need to find their own rotations in, and there's a very big possibility that we will see Storm Surge active here in these games. Everyone staying alive, everyone trying to find their position, put themselves in the best spot possible, and it looks like those teams up at Brutal Bastion are going to be in for a great game because that's where Zone is pulling.
You know what? This is going to be... I'm looking at Imp and a D-Roller, right? We obviously land, or know they land closer to Kenjutsu Crossing, so they're going to have the biggest trek here and the most wear on their running shoes in this game. So for them, rotating early and rotating around the right side is going to be very, very important. But when you have teams like Yamzo and Paper, Ocus, and of course Acorn and Cold in this one, nowhere, and I mean nowhere on the map are you safe.
Definitely not. Continues to pull up north, so that's going to force everybody up into that snow biome. Looks like Slappy Shores will be okay for now, so Moo, Tax, Tayson, Mustache, they'll be able to chill just for now. And likely want to play the edge. We saw a lot of teams looking to play edge early on in those heats. I don't know that unless you have a building to move to in that center area that you want to move anywhere closer than the edge. Just need to make sure you leave your opportunities to rotate towards the next zone open. Because once that pulls, doesn't matter if you like your position or not. If zone forces you out, you're going to move. Now we do see one of the nice places at Brutal Bastion. One of the best parts about landing here is the multiple launch pads that you can use. Does give you plenty of mobility to find an option to make these rotates when necessary. But we already see so many teams stacking up in this area, hoping that this is where zone and game ends.
Yeah, and they might be right, to be honest. Zone number 1 continues to pull in this direction, but this is a fight that I'm just not sure how it's going to go. And of course, Bizzle there taking a lot of damage, goes for the nade play. Remember, the nade nerf has caused it to do considerably less damage, so for Bizzle, the value there was just not it. You see him taking quite a bit of damage. He does end up getting his overshield back a little bit, and of course, the chug splashes come through, getting Bizzle a little healthier. However, with easiness and Crackly not pushing, not being too aggressive, that tells me the nerves are high here in this lobby. Everybody's realizing what is at stake, especially as the NPCs are still up and at it, which tells me again that that vault hasn't even been considered to be open.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. In the heats, everyone was being super aggressive, going for plenty of plays, but here in finals, you're not really seeing many players go down, and you're just playing this slow and steady. So ultimately, what's going to come down to is, like, can you get a couple of elims here to refresh yourself? And can you find the loot that you need after you have to take those fights? Because we see it happening right now. Redux and Smite coming in. We see the fight won by Bizzle and Cooper down below, but it doesn't matter. Redux and Smite getting involved and trying to take one of these elims themselves. They are able to get it. This is going to be a continuous fight here for this vault loot. I don't even know that it's going to be worth anyone getting in there at this point.
Yeah, it's so late here in the game that maybe you might be able to get something, but as soon as that vault opens, there's so many teams here in the lingering area that it's going to be tough to get any kind of value from it, because once you're in the vault, you're not in a good spot. You are open to any team coming through. You kind of have to be stuck in the vault until Storm either closes in or a team moves if they decide to do push you in there. I mean, that's how difficult it is to fight around this area. So with almost every team, just look at Brutal Bastion. They're all just chilling there.
Oh, yeah. This is a tough rotate, too, so we'll see where the zone closes here in about 5 seconds. See where it forces teams to move, because if we're out here in this open, if it pulls to this bottom left corner of the zone, okay, this is somewhat favorable for most duos. They're going to be able to use the ledge there between the green and the snow biome. There's a little bit of a cut that you're going to be able to use. Plenty of players will have mobility, so the one thing that I'm really worried about is trying to find a good position in here. And if I'm Bully, I'm worried about staying alive at the moment. Marok is going to clean this one up, but likely someone heard that. Yes, there are already shots coming through. Marok's going to have to play this by himself, and he's not playing it at all, actually. He's getting sent back to the lobby as well as Veno. Wow. It looks like Veno gets knocked to Storm there, so him and Veno might be way deep in Storm. We did see a couple of teams out there. Those guys just playing this slow. We saw Queasy go down early, looking to make some plays and stay alive, though.
I mean, the Storm play might be the only way they remain in this one, and of course, Kika and Kenzo continue to find themselves here on height. It does seem like every time we've tuned in with them over the weekend, they had a really nice position on one of these castle structures across the map, and they were just looking for shots on players as they rotate around. So they continue to use this strategy. Clearly, if it works, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And so we'll see if they can catch some unsuspecting players on the rotation in. And looking at the way it's set up, you got a ton of big names right here on the south side. You got Bugamiro, you got Seti, you have Acorn, you have Mu and Tax, you got Merstash and Tayson, Savage, Pablo Wingu. I mean, that's, again, think about the caliber of player I just talked about, and that's basically who's at the bottom of the map. Not even the rest of the map.
That's a 50 caliber type of player.
Crazy.
Dixie and DayZeno, though, are the ones going for that Rift Island. We've seen those weapons, that mythic pulse rifle that drops out of the capture point at the top of the Rift Island. That's one of the strongest weapons in the game, if not the strongest, especially in these lobbies when players have to rotate. You don't have any builds to protect yourself. You just have to run left foot, right foot, or use the different kinds of movement that allow you to get a little bit faster. Nonetheless, both the ODM gear and the Spider-Man Web Slinger, those will prevent, once you get damaged, you are no longer going to be able to continue to use those. So both the fire rate and the damage output by those pulse rifles is a massive problem. We do see there's one team all by themselves, actually two. We see there's Vico and Lame up there and Lonely Labs, and then there's also Trashy and Pump all the way over by themselves on the right side. Looks like Duke is going to go down. Enough shots by Edgy, though, to slow this. Edgy's just going to actually say, dude, sorry. It ain't you. It's the team coming after us. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, and so now Edgy going to have to play in the only structure around, and that is the truck. I don't think anybody realized that he's in there. So
somebody just shot him as he was getting in.
Yeah, but that was from a distance. Oh, wait, no. There it is. The shots are coming in on the truck. I believe that's Refscart and Hellfire there in the distance, trying to catch Edgy off guard. 15 points already in just eliminations, not counting the placement they've been able to get so far, which isn't much because we're in the 5th zone, and there are still 70 players alive.
This is going to be a stacked game compared to what we've been seeing. Edgy, based on what I'm seeing right here, knows that it's dwindling. His time left in this match is dwindling, so he's going to try and look to play that med kit, make a little storm play to get that better rotation. Looks like D-Roller and Pen have got themselves back in the game, and just such a different pacing than what we saw over the past couple of days. Typically, if you get that reboot on your teammate, there's plenty of loot sitting around because we're seeing everyone get eliminated so quickly. Now there's so many players still up, Vino and Queasy. Again, another team that lost a player early on. Both players are back in, finding just enough loot. But are they going to be able to find success here as this game continues? And Taysom or Stash trying to find their rotation in the zone. Is it going to be a further pull than they would hope, or are they just going to try and sit here and play edge?
The decisions, man. What will they be able to do? They're going to rotate now, though. They can't afford to spend too much time over here. You see all the players beginning to bleed in here, and one player noticeably going back into Storm. That was Edgy going for Duke, probably trying to get him back in the game here. Again, better in numbers, especially when the numbers are as high as 68 players active here in zone number 5. The first time we're seeing Surge affect Zero Build in a big way. Wow.
Cleaned up. They got the Elim there on the Cooper, but then it continues, and now the third-party kings of Redux and Smite getting involved. Nebs is going to have to run away. Sorry, Mr. Savage, this isn't for you. I got to get out of here, and Nebs is going to find a corner and pop that slurp juice. It's a tough one. As soon as these fights start, every single player is keyed onto that and jumps on it, looking to get some of those Elims. And you guys may be wondering, what is Storm Surge? We just saw Storm Surge active pop up. There is that number on the right side of the screen when we get the player POVs. Well, that's a mechanic in the game that tells you whether or not you've done more or less damage than the rest of the players in the lobby. At certain points in the game, each zone has a threshold that will tell you whether or not you are above or below. And if you're below, you will start to take damage until you deal more damage to other players. So it is a mechanic that rewards players that are being aggressive, that are dealing damage, getting elims. We see Veno and Queasy just trying to find themselves a great little spot here in this zone. They have those bunkers if they want to use them. Might be time.
It could be, but Queasy and Veno need to be mindful. The resources are limited here. And with still so many players that could get above them, this isn't necessarily the best protection. Of course, though, you do see Queasy holding on to the shield bubble, which means in an emergency situation, he can throw that down, and nobody's going to break through that. But, man, look at the amount of players. I cannot get over the fact of how many teams are still in this one.
They're just good. Everyone understands what the job is, and we're seeing that consistent play from them. Looks like Duke is going to go down there. Tayson Mustache. Oh, actually, we lost Duke earlier, so Edgy is getting chased by Tayson Mustache on the outside of zone. That's a tough spot to be in. Looks like Sizz is getting chased as well, but DGen is going to follow up. Baka and Pars down below. Baka and Pars, great duo. They've been playing super well over the past couple of seasons. Well, actually only playing together this season, so seems like this season has gone on for so long. I'm almost considering it 2.
Can we talk about how Veno's back has been hurting in game 1?
No, we can't.
Because every time we've tuned in, Queasy's been down.
Okay.
I'm talking about it because, look, this is a tough start for them. Again, the whole weekend has been a tough start for them. Again, but you have to imagine the expectations that are on Veno and Queasy, right? All eyes on them, the European FNCS champions, on the region that can be argued to be the toughest region to compete on. They do it in a dominant fashion, but here in Zero Build, they're not finding the same success.
Yeah, it's tough. Different style of game, especially when you've prepared so much for one thing and then have to come play another. It looks like BKR and SETI are getting involved. Quick little play to throw down that shield bubble, stop any further pressure coming through them. That's a 200 IQ heads-up play to make sure they secure all that loot. SETI, PKR, new duo. We'll see how it works out throughout the rest of the day. They're going to snag the vehicle, make their own way into Storm. This is a pretty good zone, though, to keep a lot of players alive. We see all these varying different places where they can hang out, all the different ledges. Pablo knows he's going down, just trying to get that elim before he does. He'll be able to secure that. Now it's up to Bevies to secure the rest of the points in this game, and we see getting deep in Storm, trying to find a stone to hide behind. It's not going to be enough, so he has to create his own.
And just like that, we see players dropping left and right, getting into the fold. It's Tragics taking a lot of damage up here against Bevy. Bevy, though, trying to play any kind of angle in this that he can, contradicting bunkers, playing against each other, providing him what is a little bit more cover.
Yeah, Tragics goes down, so he's like, all right, now nobody's going to steal my shield keg. Let me throw that down. This is my base. It's where I'm hanging out.
You see who's blown?
I do. It's Hellfire. He's hungry. He only probably has 40 elims this game. He needs another 20.
Yeah, well, he needs to start getting active then. But, no, I mean, look, Hellfire, great position.
Hellfire got out of there.
Smart. You definitely don't want to find yourself at the hands of Bevy either. Both players, incredible European talent. But now, though, Booga, Muzz still in it in the distance. Another team we haven't talked too much about over the weekend is Swifty. Swifty's team qualifying on early. And now finally getting to showcase more of their skill here in the finals. Thomas HD, Malibuca, same thing. Early qual. Now they're here to make a statement.
These zones are really tough. We're going to see these angles. Players have to climb massive points here. And if you don't have the web slingers or the ODM gear, you're going to get stuck down below. We see Muzz getting involved. They're going to pick up Yamzo, find another player on their wall, but Booga and Muzz are in a good position to defend this. As we go up these mountains, the players that don't have any movement need to be super proactive, putting themselves on the front side of zone, but we're going to see they're turned aside by many different players. We're jumping on another one. This is going to be the N-Star duo going down, and Muzz and Booga find themselves gliding through this endgame.
Yeah, I mean, look, it comes down to this here, folks. Will they be able to clean this up? Can they finish this strong? 4 eliminations here. That's 20 total points in eliminations alone. I mean, I cannot stress the impact of each elim. So for them, if they continue to play this out correctly, we could see this being a big, big game one for the World Cup champion.
Yeah, it's the difference between are you trying to play height or are you trying to find yourself on one of the sides of these mountains. Looks like Nebs is going to go down. That's a great solo play by him. We saw Savage go down way earlier. Casper and Reciprocal putting down that pressure, trying to destroy the truck of Mega and Knifer. Zone is going to continue to pull into these trouble areas with the change in elevation. Someone gets up on that hill, and that could be a position to win this game, as everyone's going to be forced to move aside. Great little proactive play to throw down the shield bubble, and Casker is trying to find it. That is Muzz and Booga. They are staying up on the high ground now. We saw them look to play low. Now Lame is in their sights. He's the next one that needs to get picked up, but they might just be content to sit here for a second and try and play for a couple extra placements.
This is calculated aggression here from Booga and Muzz. Just kind of playing to the back foot, playing as they need. And honestly, that's what you love to see. You also love to see Thomas HD with anything with a sight on it, because he just doesn't miss. Big plays here to finish off 10 HP. Can he hold on any longer? Only two teams remain. It's Booga and Muzz versus Thomas HD. One shot, and it'll end it all.
That's it. Booga and Muzz playing that seemingly perfectly. Playing that low ground while all the chaos is going on. Everyone's trying to move up and down those mountains, but they find themselves right underneath one of those bunkers. And then when the time comes, they see everyone has spent their resources. They're like, all right, cool. You guys have nothing left. I'm just going to chill. We're taking the high ground. There was only 2 solos left. Thomas HD does all the work on reciprocal, and then, sure enough, Thomas is only a couple of shots away, and down he goes. That is a picture-perfect dub from those two.
Well, with Booga and Muzz qualifying late here, they're now starting it off in the finals, leaving no doubt. World Cup champion? Yes. Multi-FNCS champion? Yes. The GOAT? Bad.
Oh, you love saying that.
I do.
Solid games, though. I mean, Thomas had a really good game. To see Reciprocal make it to third place, we know how strong these placement points are, how much is available for these players to get. And a lot of players going down early but getting picked up. We're going to see not all of these zones are going to be as favorable for all of these players to be able to survive. So if we get to see some of these northern zones, yeah, we're going to tend to see more players alive in these end games. But if we're in the open areas down in like the south central part of the map or just the central part of the map in general, there ain't too much to hide behind, and we will start to see those player counts dwindle. Nonetheless, that was a stacker of a first game.
Yeah, this is definitely one that we're going to keep a close eye on, or one team, I should say, is Bully and Marok. Because remember, Bully has already qualified to Gamers 8. Marok, a zero build, a GOAT in his own right. So this team is going to be a definite disruptor, but of course, here it is. Malibuca, Thomas HD, Malibuca down. 9 eliminations for the team. Thomas HD making that 10. And then how quickly the tides turn. Muzz has his sights set on what is a one-shot away finish to Thomas HD.
Easy. Like, for those two to get front side, just chill. Beautiful, beautiful gameplay from them. I mean, what else could you expect? We saw a lot of teams also picking up several eliminations. Thomas laid out there on his own, so I'm interested to see where exactly everyone winds up on the leaderboard. But game number 1, if you had any doubts that this was going to be stacked, if it was going to be a fun game to watch, well, change your mind real quick, because game 1 proved that these players are here to play. Everyone has a strategy, and it seems like we're going to get way more stacked games than we thought at first.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw, what was it, 70 players in Zone 6, like, that's a big red flag there for these teams that they need to start realizing, okay, I didn't have to worry about Surge in the 4 heats. Now, I got to figure some plans out.
Yeah, I don't think Surge is going to be as much of an issue. Like, it'll definitely pop up, and it may bother the, like, bottom 1 or 2 players, but ultimately what I think is going to happen is we're going to start to see teams become a little more aggressive, knowing that as the game goes on, they don't have enough to sustain themselves. So you need to get those elims. You basically need people to be pack mules to hold your loot, so that way when late game comes, you have stuff. Because you have to spend it when it's this stacked in order to get to that late game stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not wrong. This is the deal. We're seeing now, more than ever, teams having less resources in the final moments. The reason for that is you don't get as many early and mid-game eliminations that we saw in the heats. So they have to use those shield bubbles, those bunkers that they do find in their POI from the start, and they have to hold on to them for as long as they can. And so players that know how to rotate appropriately are going to be the ones that have the best advantages in the end game. However, they're always going to be the teams. You know what I mean. The teams that are aggressive, jump on you no matter what, and try to force a fight with a team that maybe was good with positioning. So we'll see how it plays out here in the finals, because there's going to be some more action unfolding here quite soon as game number 2 gets that battle bus loaded and almost ready to go.
Man, but we see what Muzza. The
combination.
The combination of those two were able to do, getting several eliminations there where they're constantly picking up refreshes, but not putting themselves in a point where they're in danger. They see the fight happen where they let the players come to them, so they're comfortable, and those are the refreshes that will win you games. Now, it's not happening like that every time. You don't always get to kind of control those situations, and if you do, okay, maybe you're something special, but in zero builds, players get drastic. They get scared, they jump on somebody, and every once in a while, that's going to wind up being you. We will see if they're able to find themselves in positions, because where they were tucked away, right on that side of the hill, that was a perfect play, because I'm not going down there. If I'm another player, I don't want to go down in this little crevice and have to fight them when they've already established that position.
I couldn't agree more, but let's go ahead and dive into the leaderboard, see where these players lie, and of course, right there up at the top, wait. is Thomas HD and Malibuca. The eliminations have pushed them not only to a lead, but a kind of substantial one.
They had double everyone else's eliminations.
True.
More than double anyone else's. That is huge from them. And special shout out there to Nebs and Mr. Savage. Nebs clutching that one up. We saw Mr. Savage go down there early, so good plays by them. Sizz and DGen having a solid game, but SETI, PKR, also another team that having some early success.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you break down the top 10, it's going to be a close run here. Obviously, there's some separation now, but you know as well as I do, that separation doesn't tend to stay too far separated, especially as we get into more and more games. So I'm continuing to monitor how these teams play out. But, of course, we talked about SETI splitting with Cammy. Was it the right call? SETI always tends to have the better DreamHack performances. So for him to go in a different direction could be signs for the future.
I don't know. We'll see about that. But one thing I do know is Malibuca, Thomas HD, Booga, Muzz both land on the south side of the map. So if anyone is complaining, oh, I didn't get zones and that's why I'm losing, top two teams land south side, had no problems.
Exactly. No excuses can be made here for these players. They need to know wherever the zone pools, winners will be pooled with it. And of course, that's a big shout out again to the Victory Royale champions of game number 1 here in DreamHack Dallas, Booga and Muzz. I look, we knew eliminations were going to be impactful in the format for sure. I just didn't imagine it would be that impactful.
Oh, I think whoever has the most eliminations will finish top 3.
So I wonder if you're looking at the leaderboard, right? Let's say you're in the bottom 25 of the leaderboard right now.
Right.
And you're looking at the top. You see, of course, Thomas HD, Malibuca, 12 eliminations, and of course taking the top spot. Do you then prioritize those eliminations and start being more aggressive? Or do you take a step back and say, how do I kind of let those things come to me?
After game number 1, I don't change my plan. You came in, you strategized, or at least hopefully you did, and you at least stick with it for 2 games. If it doesn't go well, 2 straight games, okay, then I'm kind of willing to change things up. But I ultimately think there's only a couple of teams in this lobby that have the capability to get 12 plus elims in a match. Now, I say a couple, it's probably closer to like 15 duos out of the 50 that I think could drop 12 plus. And I don't know that if I'm not one of those duos that I can just go do that and actually be successful. Because, I mean, if I'm running into Merstash and Tayson, and then there's a Moo and Tax on the way, and then there's Booga and Muzz, how many times are you going to knock on the door before someone opens it and knocks you out?
It's Booga and Muzz. Because they knocked out Thomas HD in the final moment. Look, I'm going to be real with you. That's a good point. SPG, you're just so brilliant, man.
You too.
Listen, I try my best. Just try to be like you, my guy, as we get ready. Game number 2 is almost upon us. And, of course, who do we start off dropping with? That's the surprise I'm kind of ready for.
Well, why not go right to the game winners? Booga Muzz, we saw that we had some players nearby, NPen D-Roller. It's actually really interesting. NPen D-Roller managed to get themselves all the way up top. We are going in with our game 1 winners, Booga and Muzz, taking us away. And I'm interested to see, do NPen and D-Roller go nearby once again? It looks like they are playing just outside of Kenjutsu, so I'm sure Queasy and Veno are super happy about those players landing near them. That never seems to be a problem. Now, Thomas HD, Malibuca, the greatest contested performance in EU FNCS history.
I mean, are you surprised? Look at this duo.
No.
Thomas HD, historically, has opted to play with friends over maybe what would be considered by the community the best choice to be his duo. And I think in a lot of ways we've seen Thomas HD thrive and become better for it. And it's great to see him competing with a top-tier name like Malibuca, both showing us that they deserve not only to be here, but to be in contentions, in the talks of the top players in the world.
And it seems like Duke and Edgy are getting multiple elims off spawn once again, just like what happened in NAF and CS. We might be seeing this once more if someone decides to contest them. Did they not hit the VODs? Did they not see what happened off spawn? I mean,
clearly not.
You know, go ahead. Krusty, though. running for his life. Just trying to get out of there for the moment. And I think he'll get lucky enough because it looks like those players are engaged in another battle. So Krusty will survive just for the temporary. He doesn't have much to work with here, but we have seen several players. Looks like Bizzle and Cooper have decided to switch it up. They're going Anvil, trying to get involved over here after going more towards that north side in the previous game. Not bad to see them switch it up, and now we see these fights happening all over the map.
Big fights, big plays. Waffler and Carrot, though. This is one team that we did get to tune in with quite a bit throughout the heats. And while they did qualify, I feel like we never personally got to watch one of those true pop-off games that got them here. So I'm glad that we get to see them showcased here on the big stage in the finals. But another team, the Instar duo, they are on a tear. They are ready to fight and take on anyone.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Instar is slowing this down, though. Trying to get some shots and put themselves in a position to win this. These engagements are really tough. Especially when you have, like, no idea where the other opponent is. They're crouching over there. I did see Edgy get taken down there in the feed, so not just going to be easy for them off spawn. Looks like Bully and Merrick are going to get involved as well, as the N-Star duo starts to clear out this space, running out of room for Carrot and Waffler. Eventually, this fight's going to happen. Looks like they're starting to put that pressure on, get closed in. Pairs getting the initial shots, but taking most of the damage right back. And then there's actually a third party up above, so the N-Star duo gets taken out, and that's Kaizen and Vox up above, raining down that fire. So Waffler has to be careful because they're trying to get involved. Little does Kaizen and Vox know, Waffler and Carrot's actually the healthier team. They're in a much better position. Now, Vox and Kaizen have put themselves in a position where they have to go take this fight. They don't have any chances to turn this aside. They've put themselves in an open mountain and now have to play from whatever position they can build. And you can only build what you can throw down in zero builds. Shots do come through. That's only going to be enough to almost break that overshield. Kaizen taking the most damage, and Waffler and Carrot just throwing down that fire. Vox and Kaizen are in trouble here. They're going to be in a bad position. Another bunker thrown down. Waffler, Carrot in a comfortable position. A play to be made would be to hit the pad, land behind them, and just sit up above them. Only problem, though, with that is then you put yourself in the same position that Vox and Kaizen were just in as far as having to play and take this fight. Waffler, Carrot slowing it down, but a lot of resources being burned. Now there is going to be a keg thrown down, which will allow them just to peek endlessly. But I can't imagine there's a ton of ammo between Waffler and Carrot after taking one fight and then now being forced into another.
We talk about the endless resources and the impact that resources have on a team. And when you think about the bunkers, you think about the shield bubbles, obviously those are the first few things that come to mind. But the ammunition needed to stay in it is even tougher because you're limited to what you have, and now having to focus a little bit more on maybe taking some shots for Surge. Surge might not be as impactful as the standard BR, but still definitely a thought process for these players here. Surprisingly, though, it still worked out for them.
That fight lasted long enough, and the fight before it, where I don't think that they're going to have to worry about any kind of Storm Surge here in the future.
That's good.
They were honestly just sitting there for a really long time, firing shots back and forth, where, I mean, whoever walked away from that wouldn't have to worry about dealing damage later on, but either way, Waffler and Carrot are the successors of that battle. Krusty is the successor of avoiding Japko and Cammy because he ain't surviving that one with those two walking on by. Nonetheless, Japko, Cammy looking to make a little play for some extra loot down on the shores and then walk their way back into Storm. This is a team that we saw have some success there in the later heats. And now it's a matter of whether or not they can show up when it matters most, when there's $250,000 on the line and a chance to qualify to Gamers 8.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting. All the pressure on Cammy's shoulders, right? Because again, Cammy historically is a day 2 DreamHack qualifier, and then doesn't necessarily have the best performance in DreamHack events. Now, you count any other event for Cammy, and the man's on top. Invitational, bam, FNCSs, like, he is continually a top-tier player. But something about the DreamHack environment that maybe doesn't play to him as well. So we'll see how it continues on for him. But Booga and Muzz, of course, are Game 1 winners right outside of Mega City. And what is an okay spot? They did put a bunker down.
Ain't looking good, bruv.
Yeah, listen, that's why I said it's an okay spot. I'm going to be real with you. There's not a lot of resource here. They do have the shield bubbles. They got 2, which would be, in my head, enough to get into Mega City to try to position yourself and maybe pick up some other loot. But otherwise, it is a bit of a shambles situation.
You kind of just got to sit there and hope zone pulls to you at this point.
Yeah.
And then maybe one day someone will rotate over to them. They could get some big shots to engage a fight and win that. But it looks like the team that's been pressuring Booga and Muzz now finding another team pressuring them. It's Acorn Cold sitting right in that bush. SETI and PKR, they're like, all right, yeah, we see you guys. I'll take some shots maybe. I don't know. Don't really like this angle. Don't really like this position. Yeah, I think we're going to get on out of here. This is not where we want to be. You don't win. Most of the time, you don't win when you're trying to trade AR tags with a player in a bush, and you're not.
Yeah, it's definitely not a win-win situation for sure, especially not for this team. So for them to disengage, definitely the smart play. But now Mega left alone. Knifer is down, and this fight is going to be a tough one for him. He is going to be able to ODM gear away, but now the ODM gear has been stopped, and being forced to use one of the only things he had to protect himself. And sadly, it's not going to be enough as Origin and Bronos cause another disturbance here from the Pipeline team, allowing them to pick up 1 clean elimination.
Yeah, it's one of the more difficult parts about these stacked lobbies. There's almost nowhere to turn. When you're running from a team, most of the time you're just going to wind up running into another team. So the teams that have good position, the teams that are able to lock it in early are better off. But at the same time, a lot of teams are going to jockey for that position. As we saw in Brutal Bastion, so many elims happen there. So there's a right way to do it. There's a happy medium between finding a place on the outskirts, finding a place in the middle. And it honestly comes down to what your resources are and how you feel like fighting for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, resources are key here in Zero Build. And it's funny to say it that way because typically one of the most important resources we always talk about, and you kind of link the word to, is material. But this is a game mode without that. No material. So the resources are, of course, those bunkers, those shield bubbles, and that ammo that you can keep on you. So for teams like Magician up on the height, they have a good position there, but with the zone pulling in, they're going to have to move. How much storm can you take? That's the real question.
Forever. Landing at this BOI, they should have plenty of whites because that's not something you're going to carry. So you should have plenty just to sit there for a while. And I think what those two are doing, they understand there's a team above them. So if they hit that launch pad and try and rotate, likely they're going to get beamed. So they have to wait, make sure that team above them has moved, then they could hit the launch pad and get themselves out of here. We see D-Roller and M-Pen. One of our top teams that I think plays Zero Build at a high level have now found themselves in a really tough position in between two duos. Just trying to sit right below this hill, right below this ledge. They don't really have any protection other than this. And unless M-Pen has some magical car that he can just throw out of his inventory, they're stuck there until something happens.
You know, listen, M-Pen is pretty magical, but I do think it's going to be a tough spot for them to fight in. Of course, now, Taste and Mustache still over here. Slappy, Shores, their drop spot. Finding some success in this fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Scoped is going to be the next target. Mustache and Tayson already taken out. Okus, down goes Scope. So it's actually Cold that's going to be able to get Okus. So Tayson, Mustache not able to have that finish there. I believe they got the knock. It just happened to walk up over into Acorn and Cold. This is a great spot to be. This is a prominent building. You have many angles to play from. And if you get to sit here all game, Tayson and Mustache have so much extra loot that they could just use fire some shots off, and if they take some damage, it's really not that big a deal.
I agree. I definitely think, of course, like we talked about before, Merstash and Tayson, they got some pressure on their shoulders to show up in a big way. A lot of these teams do, and another one of them is Chimp and TK. Chimp, my man, this guy has been a sleeper special character in the Fortnite scene in NA for quite some time. Remember the early days of him, Tabney, and Teo, what I thought was going to be the greatest NA trio of the time. Sadly splits, but Chimp's still in this one, which is always great to see. Again, great personality, great impact on the Fortnite scene, of course, great player. Here competing. Interesting. Look at how many teams are just deep in Storm. Clearly, this is one of those strategies that is widely adapted when you have this many players in the game.
I think we saw this last DreamHack. Is just sit back, allow everyone to take each other out. You chill in Storm, and especially if you have a vehicle to rotate in, then you just find some heals along the way, keep yourself happy, healthy, rotating in, and honestly, it's worked pretty well, but we're seeing a fight happen here, and PK Hark gets absolutely blasted there by Crackley. Him and Easiness decide to take the high ground, and said he's honestly doing him a favor at this point if he just stays on this piece, and no, he's actually going to go get out of here. I was going to say, it said he just opens this for them and allows them to get all this extra loot without having to actually sit here and can sit up on the house. Be a very kind play, I would say.
I think the only thing I would have considered doing differently in that position was Seti attempting to throw his teammate off the side.
Yeet.
Get the card down low and then pick up the remainder of their loot. And you saw, of course, PKR try to drop, getting Seti some of that stuff back, but unfortunately it just wasn't going to work out that way. Crackley and Easiness, though, again, a team that has continually gone for the island, and so it's going to be cool to see them walk away with the pulse rifles and see what they can do with this game. But of course, we're just 1 week away from the new season of the chapter, man. Do you think we still have pulse rifles?
No.
Oh, interesting. Okay, pulse rifle swapped out. What do you want to see in place of the pulse rifle?
I want to see AR, shotgun, SMG, and heals.
SPG.
We can have bounce pads, and
Okay.
I would love vehicles in the game too if they aren't too much for the servers.
Yeah, I feel like cars are balanced. All the vehicles, I should say, in the game right now are pretty balanced. Motorcycles were a little quick, but they're not in as of right now. Neither is Smite and Redux. Still in Storm. Having to rotate here late. Almost in, though.
And we do see those late rotates that we've been talking about end before they even really wind up getting themselves into any trouble. Preemptively throwing that shield bubble onto that vehicle, giving themselves just a little bit extra safety as they rotate in. They're in a good spot. Being able to put themselves in a nice position. Those shield bubbles combined with the vehicles. I think we saw that popularized, I guess, a while ago. Back when the hoverboards were in the game, you would see the shield bubbles thrown on there. People would be doing hoverboard trick shots with shield bubbles. Just heard a heavy sniper, you know, those exactly, that was the exact meta. Shield bubbles, hoverboards, heavy snipers. And that was some of the most fun trick shotting we've had in Fortnite. But that was 40 years ago, back when I was 12 years old. So it's been a long time.
Oh, man. Yeah, the flashbacks there. Now he's got gray hair.
Whoa.
But,
whoa.
You used to have 40 years ago, man.
I need a new duo.
If you don't got a few gray hairs, something wrong. but Nebs and Savage out there on the outskirts. Dubs and Accept. We talked about them in the heats, and of course, they were one of the teams that I believe can do some big things here, and kind of, again, one of the sleeper picks. And I was excited to see them here competing in DreamHack Dallas, so I'm going to be watching them closely. Kenzo and Kika still doing great things. This team has surprised me quite a bit, SBG.
Yeah, I think they've had some success playing out of their drop spot, which is a central point. Really allows you to avoid spending as many resources. I wanted to say materials just because that's how my brain works, but I wanted to see how many resources they've used. They don't have to move as far as most players when you're stuck in the middle. but it is also one of those situations where if you are right in the middle of the map, you're more likely to run into several different players. So, you know, it's a win, maybe a win, or a win and maybe not a win, or a win and a win with some other not wins.
Win, win, not win, win. Got it. All right. Well, Trashy and Pump, all they know is win. Win no matter what. And that's what you see them focusing on up on the hill. Chimp and TK, not necessarily in the healthiest spot here. They do find themselves, oh, unfortunately, Chimp going to take quite a bit of damage there from the hill. On top of that, of course, the storm is here. The damage coming through from the storm. And now they need to go almost head-to-head with Bolts and Thoric. He waits for them to go ahead and rotate, following suit behind, and his teammate now down.
It's over.
TK is out, and yeah, I just don't see Chimp being able to survive too much longer, but you never know, man. As a solo, he has surprised me quite a few times, but now the shots are raining in, and it is almost all but over.
And it looks like a lot of players have taken to adapt to the shield bubble on the vehicle. Oh, this is a smart play here. Use the shield bubble on the other vehicle as a play, but as soon as Chimp gets out of this car, like, he's got nowhere to go. It's, you know, lucky if he's able to make a rotate, but not happening. Nice try, Chimp. Get him next time. As we do see, Bolts and Thoric are the one to pick him up, and they have movement themselves, which will allow them to play this out. And I think this is the first time we're really seeing a player chill up in a tree, because it's been quite successful during the heats, but is it as successful here in finals?
Well, I mean, when you know to look for it, it definitely makes it less of a play, but I still think it's going to be something that's underutilized here, because these trees provide a layer of protection that most people are struggling to find right now. I mean, look at Swifty here with his teammate. They're literally in a little cavern in the floor. Like, I wonder, actually looking at this little spot right here, I wonder if this was designed with zero build in mind.
100%. Also, Bugha was game 1 winner, still up, finding themselves central to this zone, but we see not many players have actually been able to make it into this new zone that pulls, so a lot of these southern players are going to have a difficulty making it in. Have to see how they do it. Honestly, the only safe way that I could see is that vehicle shield bubble combo in order to get in without taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, I agree. I think, of course, vehicle shield bubble definitely is going to be one of the best plays, and fortunately for a lot of teams, they've already found themselves in zone, but now the great purge, as in the great movement from all these players, is on, and we're seeing everybody move into zone, and this is where players are going to start getting picked apart if they're not careful. So we'll see how this ends up going for him. Muzz, though, on the offense as Bugha is driving. You already know Bugha, the older of the duo, definitely has his license. And look at that spectacular driving form. I mean, you know, as well as I do in Texas, we drive in the water.
A little off-roading action. You got those tires on it, so that's all right. There's so many of these bunkers right in this area. I did not expect to see all these bunkers. It's almost starting to resemble an end game with builds, with how many different structures are being thrown up.
It always makes me curious what the spawn rate of those are, because I feel like
27.3%.
Nice. That's fake, but nice nonetheless. Hellfire now is a solo, though. We got to talk about him. He's one of those players we said we were going to watch closely. He qualified early in both San Diego and Dallas here, but unfortunately finals is just a different tale for him. Hellfire is such a talented fighter, but when you have so many players still yet in the lobby, it becomes tougher and tougher for him to achieve what he is really good at.
Yeah, we do see he's just going to have to play this slowly. The players that were putting some pressure on Acorn and Cold, they wind up having some trouble of their own. Looks like, though, Queasy and Veno have found themselves in a good position here on the edge of zone. Going to have to make a rotate, but should be able to do so with relative ease if they time it right, and I know they will because they know what to do. Now we see Thomas and Malabuka, currently our first place team. Oh, Thomas with a sniper in his hands is just
disgusting.
A monster. That is not something that you ever want to see, is his muzzle scope.
Yeah, I mean, and the way he landed that shot, I mean, are you surprised? Like, let's be honest, we're just not.
I'd be surprised if he missed.
True. I would be surprised if he missed, to be honest. That's the only way. But now, Thomas HD Malibuca going to get in here. Remember, they were first place going into this game, and they want to maintain that lead for as long as possible. Big shots come in. One connects. Great to see here. With only 11 teams remaining, the players begin to dwindle more and more. Booga and Muzz, of course, game one winners, they're still in it too. This level of consistency between both them and Malibuca and Thomas HB could be the race we watch all day.
Yeah, having the ability to remain so consistent. We saw them earlier in the game. They were shambles too. Wound up having a lot of troubles. Nonetheless, still find themselves a top 10 out of it. Thomas about to get another elim here. Cleaning that one up with Malibuca. That's Nebs going down. Having another little solo clutch, getting his team a top 10, and that's a big play. Thomas, though, this bunker is going to be huge to allow them at least a little bit of safety, and we're just rotating on the side of the zone. This is exactly where they want to be, backside, right side. Kika's getting involved, though. Kika does go down there to Muzz, so that's another elim. Muzz picking up Burt, too. But
wow,
Booga's going to clean that up and put himself in a position. Now Thomas HD is all by himself with Malibuca down. Booga's trying to clean up, get himself into zone. Down goes Thomas. Booga's on the backside. He can't really do much. He's 1 HP. Down he goes. Wow. It's Bolts going to be able to get that. It might actually have been Paper and Iamzo over there, able to clean it up. And now Iamzo's up top. Can the shot we had, except hits it? No, down goes Iamzo.
It's so close here. The final moments, except Dubs have the high ground, have a lot of advantages. The lights are on them. Can they land the shot? Big shot comes through. Pablo Wingo goes down, except the Dubs still in the game.
Except in Dubs looking to close this out. A couple of solos down below. Kinzo's one of them. He's trying to make a play. There's the other duo. Tragic's out in the open. He gets B and Detse looking to make a play. Yamzo's still up. I thought he went down earlier. No, down he goes. Now it's a 2v1. Cleaned up there by Except. That is a huge game by Except and Dubs, taking 11 eliminations.
11 elims. They were challenging Malibuca and Thomas HD. They said, you know what? I'll raise your 12, and I'll get 11 with the win.
I guess, yeah, there's the win. That's plus 2 elims.
Exactly. So that's basically 13 elims. You got to give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's quick math. That's how I would do math. It makes no sense. And then you throw it and talk to you guys about it. That's a big game from them. Kind of quiet in like that mid-stage portion. And then we really see them find a good position right there on the gas station and right in the zone before, where they're able to hold down this little corner zone and just put down fire towards everyone rotating towards them. The big thing that we've seen, or at least that I've seen, is the ODM gear was such a strong factor when it came down to getting elims in the heats, but ultimately it's not as welcoming to elims here in finals because there's so many players, you're really struggling to actually be able to use them without getting shot.
Yeah, that's the big thing is remember, with both the web slingers and the ODM gear, you can shoot it out, causing the player to have to drop and potentially take fall damage. And so for teams like Booga, right? Booga was left as a solo there in the final moments because Muzz went down. He went to go use the ODM gear, and because he was one of the last ones rotating, he was caught out, knocked him down, and unfortunately left him as a sitting duck for teams to just shoot and take advantage of.
Dude, I don't know how Booga and Muzz made it that far. Like, that is impressive. They were stuck in a little valley in a bush with almost nothing to their name. I know they probably went and got their cash. That's where they got the slurp juices from. But to be able to find some space, even just to go grab a cash in zero build when you don't have that protection, that is very difficult to do. But here, they found this corner gas station, cleared out the rest of the lobby, let everyone get those elims down below, and then jump on Iamzo, clean that up, immediately turn their focus to Kinzo on the backside. Beautiful team play.
Again, congratulations to Except and Dubs. I told you, man, I've been saying this all weekend. This is a team that realistically is an underdog going into it, a sleeper pick for a lot, but not a sleeper pick for me. Congratulations, Except and Dubs, taking game number 2. And we're almost to the halfway mark, man. How you feeling? First 2 games down.
Feeling good. The games have been way more stacked than I expected, if I'm being honest with you.
Me too. Me too. But let's get into the leaderboard. Let's break down where everybody's at. And of course, right there at the top is still Malibuca and Thomas HD.
18. Oh, Except in Dubs must not have done much in game number 1 because you get 60 placement points. They're at 66. So only 6 placements in game number 1 and no elims there. So yeah, even still, big second game puts you in 4th place. Kika and Kinzo, we were just talking about how they've been so consistent throughout the big games because of their positioning. And then, obviously, those top 2 teams, we've seen what they've done, but anyone else standing out to you?
Ooh, listen, I'm going to say this. Mr. Savage and Nebs are going to be one team that's going to continue to stand out to me. I believe with Savage, right? Let's talk about him. Obviously, we talked about the DreamHack Anaheim performances, but his chemistry with Nebs seems to be solid. Although he did go down a little earlier than Nebs both games, his ability to guide Nebs to success too, as well as him being such an incredible player, kind of believes me to think that they will be a top 10 team at the end of the day. Interesting though, Hellfire, do you see that?
Yeah, he's playing with Refsguard.
Yeah, playing with Refsguard, so we'll see how that team continues to play it out together. But of course, Reciprocal and Casker with the surprise appearance right there at the bottom.
Yeah, Sip having a nice game. We've seen Casker and them pick up a couple of elims early on. Not necessarily getting that big elim game that we've seen from a couple of other teams thus far, but that consistency will get them that top 10. And for everybody in this lobby, obviously you want first place, but after that, it's really just getting that top 10 in order to put yourself in a spot where you're able to qualify for Gamers 8. We already have 10 spots solidified. Another 10 will be solidified in, let's call it about 2 hours from now. And then later on this year, this month actually, in 2 weeks, DreamHack Summer in Sweden, we will get 10 more spots, and we'll start to see what our lobby looks like for that Gamers 8.
I can't wait, man. Listen, I'm so excited to see how Gamers 8 plays out. Of course, we talked about it. We had the opportunity to go last year, and it was just incredible experience, incredible for the players. And so for some of the new players that haven't gotten to experience that yet, what do you give to them? The feedback, the advice you give to them as they prepare to potentially even qualify to go on to that Gamers 8 event?
Am I giving them advice about the game, or am I giving them advice
Both.
about... So the game, get top 10. I don't really have any advice for you. You are better than I am at the game if you're playing in this lobby right now, so don't listen to me. But in the trip, if you do make it, if you're one of those 10 players that already qualified, or if you're one of the 10 players that are about to qualify, make sure that you enjoy the experience. Make sure that you get to hang out with your peers, whether it be at Gamers 8 or at this event in particular. You guys are still there for the rest of the day, I hope, or maybe even another day. Hang out, make some friends. That's what this is all about. That's what the LAN experience is. That's why they're special. It's just getting to meet one another, chill, make some friends and memories that will last even longer than the money that you win.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Listen, the relationships you build in the space and the experiences you get to have as friends together at the LAN events, whether it's San Diego, Dallas, Summer, or Gamers 8, so many opportunities for these players to have together. And again, a great learning experience. One thing that I'm going to give advice-wise to the players out there, take away everything you can from this, right? It's not just about
toilet
the win.
paper, paper towels.
Take away everything you
Other
can.
people's mouses.
Do not do that. Anyway, take away everything you can, every learning lesson, because LAN experience is invaluable. It's not something that's easily replicated, and you only have the opportunity to replicate that experience so much and learn from that experience so many times. So if you are a player competing, or maybe a player that competed in the heats didn't quite make it to the finals, take that learning and bring it to the future of your games. But the future game has started. It is game number 3 as Accept and Dubs drop on in.
Yeah, don't listen to me, please. I mess around a lot. I like to have fun out here. We're watching video games. It's supposed to be fun. I like to have fun. Don't take people's things. But do listen to what Panda said. He's right on about enjoy the experience, enjoy the friendship, the bonds, the memories that you make. Take a couple pictures, you know? Be polite. Be like, hey, can I get a picture with you? You're one of my favorite players. And don't tag them and be like, I wish I got to take a picture with a different player, but here's a picture with this player.
You know, it's funny because you kind of talk about the parallels of what you see on socials at major events like this, and on the one edge, you do see that exact example of someone taking a picture with a player and saying they wish they got a picture with another player, but they'll settle for this one. And then you also have on the flip side, Booga. We saw him playing in the LAN area, and there was a young kid who bought a BYOC ticket just so he could watch Booga. He didn't compete. He didn't bring a PC. He just wanted to be there and watch Booga play in person. And that's the impact that these players have on so many lives around the world, that someone would commit to doing that, to be able to experience that alongside their favorite player.
Yeah, and whether or not these players think they are influencers or influences on players' lives, they 100% are. Big influences on the young people that watch them and support them. Looks like Edgy and Duke have won off spawn once again. Bully seemed to get involved in that fight, and he got knocked as well. So, Edgy, Duke, you get them once. That's all you get, though. After you go down that one time, they ain't going to let themselves get snuck again. And they're just dominant players off spawn. Looks like Seti and PKR are getting involved, but I think we're changing the tides. It's not exactly the easy elims that they thought they were walking into.
No. I mean, look, there's so many players in this side of the map, in this area, that you realistically have to be...
That's 50
wait.
wood.
I'm sitting here like, PKR, what are you doing? I fully forgot that there's chests in those.
That's 56 wood.
Okay, you know what? You just
can't
made that.
use
You
it.
made that up because it's actually 62.
No, it's about 50. I've landed there in several tournaments.
62.
Yeah, I've literally stolen Edgy and Duke's drop.
I've literally beat Girl Dad Kim there. It's 62.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
Well, you have not beat Girl Dad Kim.
Yep.
No.
Every time.
Nope. Girl Dad Kim, best player that didn't qualify for finals.
Oh man.
Trash Kim on Twitter. Give him a follow. Now Marek, hiding. He got bullied. Bully got pushed out. Now Edgy and Duke searching, sniffing for that elim. You do see Marek down below, and they know he's somewhere around here. It's just a matter of time, though, and how much Marek is gonna get. We see what Edgy and Duke are doing, though. They're not going and separating. They're sitting in that same position to be able to give themselves a chance if anything happens. And really smart by them. You know a player's there. You know they're going to try and sneak you. Just get out. Get some more loot. You're not in the best position. You got plenty on your path to be able to grab.
Edgy and Duke will always, in my opinion, be a sleeper pick in everything. We talked about them being FNCS champions, but also still being a sleeper pick in any event following. We knew that they had the ability to win it, but with the amount of incredible teams that were competing in this FNCS, it was definitely not mine or SPG's first pick, but
definitely not.
That's why this team continues to surprise people, and that's why we continue to that's why.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to say when I'm wrong. I definitely, like many people, thought Acorn Gold kind of had this one in the bag, but they struggled earlier on in the tournament than I would have expected. A lot of times, I mean, what I've seen from them, their struggles normally come with that Storm Surge and that mid game. But more often than not, they struggle to even get the resources to have a successful end game. And then you're relying on getting a frag or two. It just didn't look like themselves to start off finals. Did have some good games. I went back, watched the Acorn tournament highlight video, another favorite of mine. I said I like to watch Queasies. Watching Acorns, too, after every tournament.
Yeah.
Those are good ones.
Yeah, listen, again, another piece of advice for the players out there wanting to get better. You got to watch the content of your favorite pros. That's one of the easiest tips. Been a major tip for as long as I can remember here in the Fortnite scene, is that actively go seek out some of the best players and watch as much of their content as you can. And fortunately for the people at home, a lot of these top-level pro players provide that content for you, like a Queasy, like an Acorn. So definitely go seek that stuff out. It's great content, and it'll help you continue to improve. But now the Stride team of Easiness and Crackly, they still find themselves alive here, but clearly no vault yet.
Yeah, Vox and Kaizen have really struggled to find their opening within this POI. We've seen Vox and Kaizen go all the way up north, try and make a play there. That wasn't successful. We saw them in a different fight earlier in game one. Having a little bit of trouble finding out exactly how they want to play this POI. Maybe after this game they realize this isn't the POI that they want. But for Crackly and Easiness, being able to pick up the card, get the vault, now it's a matter of whether or not Cease and Tragics are looking to make a play there. Because why not, right? You can let them get the vault key, but then when they go down in the vault, you go make a play on them.
Yeah, I mean, look, all signs point towards the vault being the most valuable piece of this side of the map, and that's why you see players like Vico and Lame stay. Despite them not being in zone, despite them not having any clear advantage towards the vault, they remain over here in the instance that maybe they can pick up this 1 elim in the distance and then go hit that vault on the way over. So the value is there, especially for Lame as he attempts to put 5, maybe 10 points on the board for him. But wait, is that another player getting involved there under Vico?
I think there's a solo just chilling. I think that's a player just trying to get out of here. Thought they could make this far north, rotate, and then run into a team that's taking a fight there. So everybody taking a little storm damage here, but that's not unlike what we've seen in the previous games. Lots of players playing in storm, putting themselves with some potential to play slowly. Waffler and Carrot doing a little fishing. I'm a fan of fishing, both in-game and out. It's a peaceful thing. Every once in a while, you catch a fish, feed your family. It's a wonderful thing to enjoy.
Catch a fish and feed your family. I like that.
It depends on the fish, though.
True. Some fish, man, you don't want to be catching them.
No, definitely not.
Back to sender. But Malibu and Thomas HD here. Nice position as always. Again, this point in the game has been dramatically slower than what we've watched throughout the heats, which in my mind is a good thing. It means these players are taking this a lot more serious. They're a lot more honed in focus because there is just that much more on the line, especially for a team like Malibu and Thomas HD, who have already started off 2 games extremely consistent, remaining at the top of the leaderboard. One more consistent game from them, and it could just be about who else can even try to compete.
Yeah, it's just less spawn fights that are happening. But like I said, after 2 games, if it's not working, that's when you have to switch it up.
Yeah.
And I think that's when a lot of teams have decided not to continue to do whatever wasn't working. And we're seeing a more even distribution in these lobbies at the moment. So we'll see these players continue to play it out, continue to make adjustments to their gameplay, because there's only a few that I would say has worked really well, and that's going to be Booga and Muzz, and then also Thomas and Malabuka. Baka, Pars, they've had a lot of success over the past season. Not going to be successful in this game as Okus will be cleaning up Pars. Looks like Baka's playing for that reboot or playing by himself.
I mean, Baka has a lot of solo clutch potential, so I'm excited to see what he can do here as a solo. He's not going to be able to probably get Pars back in this one, so everything that happens from this moment on is going to be him by himself. But, man, it is going to be a tough game for this to be solos. I mean, look, 89 players remaining, almost all duos. You're going to have to make some power plays if you want to stay in this one.
And that just means it's going to be even harder to get that reboot back up, too, because there's a player just about everywhere on this map. Unless you're going all the way down to Naughty Nets, you ain't going to be able to get that reboot off. So everyone trying to find their space on the map. Looks like this should be another game there. Kinzo and Kika have some success based on where they're landing at. And we see Bully and Marak. Bully able to get picked back up. Actually has quite the loadout for someone that got rebooted. It's a little bit of success after some early game stumbles.
Bully now still in this one. I do like seeing him still in this game. Oh, here it is. Is this what I think it is?
It is.
Let's breach some walls. Look, just look at that. Bunkers be gone. That's what I'm gonna call it now. This is the bunkers be gone shotgun.
Well, and I like what Bully did there, too, is we saw that gold shotgun just sitting on the floor, and he pulled it away, so that way Chimp and TK don't get to use that as well. Now that we get to see what their loadout is, obviously it's not a huge deal, but if I'm Chimp, I'm TK, and I need that, maybe there's an opportunity. We see even TK goes and tries to run over to it and pick up some extra loot. So clearly the right play to pull it away, although not continuing to put that pressure on.
Yeah, they'll need to lock in here. As Bully and Merrick need to move. Wait, is Baca? I saw there was a player right behind them. Could it be Baca? Seeing where Pars is back in it. I really didn't think Pars was going to be able to get back into this one, but no, this is actually deep in the depths of the storm. So good play on their part. They should be able to make some things happen here. But now the island has spawned, and of course Queasy Veno are just underneath it. And of course now the play is out. They are going to go for it. It doesn't look like anybody else is up here. So they will be the first team to acquire it. But you know as well as I do, the best way to play this is have one person on top of the house. Oh, wait. Look at what he's doing.
He's trying to bait somebody up here.
He is fully baiting another team to make them think that there's fighting going on so that they can get some more elims. Smart play.
Yeah, Queasy's shooting too. Both of them. This is the Russian classic. We used to see, who was it? Kiriachi?
Yeah.
Just like randomly would start shooting and pretend that there was a fight happening, and then players would run over to it, and all of a sudden they're getting absolutely destroyed by a team that fully knew they were coming and not fighting someone. For a team like Veno and Queasy, the only thing that's going to stop them here is ammo. They're going to be an absolute terror to everyone here in this lobby because you're going to get tons of loot. They already have tons from what I can see. And then they're going to get the pulse rifles as well. I honestly prefer the red dot from like these really far distances just because of the truer aim.
Yeah.
And then after you're done, you just decide, okay, then we go use the pulse rifles after we finally decide we're leaving this area.
Interesting. As now they have the pulse rifles. No one challenged them. Not a single team attempted to go up against them, despite all of their efforts to try and bait some people in. Unfortunately, no one got involved, and so Pump and Trashy now find themselves in one of those little alcoves, the pre-built zero-build alcove, and that's going to be huge for them. It could end up forcing them out of that little spot, and for Hellfire and Refscar, this could be 2 eliminations just waiting to grab.
Nah, you can't leave this position. If you go fight that, you're going down afterwards.
I mean, you could take it from the bunker if they had to reveal themselves, which they did, but I believe it looked like they had a car or something to get away. So for them, congratulations for Hellfire and Refsguard. They still stay on the hunt for their next round of eliminations.
Bully and Merrick making their way through. They're down below on Storm Surge, so again, if you're one of those teams that are wondering what Storm Surge looks like when it finally does hit, this is exactly what's going on. These players are getting damaged by Storm Surge and running out of chances. You got to deal some damage. They're down pretty bad. Need a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, this is not looking good here for them. They need to make something happen. Big damage comes through, but it's not for them as both Merrick and Bully end up getting cleaned up here. It's a tough spot. PKR, SETI, I think they were the ones that were able to clean up this team, but with Quinn, Vert, Acorn Cold, and so many others still in this one, it would have been tough for them to get away from it either way.
I just saw Malibuca get knocked, so
uh-oh.
Our first place team might be out of here. Wow. Good shot. Oh my goodness. Kinzo, who are you?
For real, the way that they have stepped up this weekend, you can't forget these names.
Just absolutely dominate. Kika and Kinzo, I mean, they do go down here, but
still.
Yeah, the big shots. Looks like Thomas does get Hellfire, so very minimum Thomas is up. It wasn't a full elim there on the Malibuca, so it could just be a knock, and then he's getting his teammate back up. NPen and D-Roller, they were in our top 10 after that first match, but fell a little earlier, looking to pick up the rest of the slack that they dropped in the previous match.
Yeah, lots of ground to cover here.
Oh, there's the full finish on the Malibuca. Okay, so it is just Thomas HD if he's still up.
Interesting. Yep, Thomas HD getting that full elimination as well. Here, and keep our eyes peeled on everything unfolding. As SETI now using the strategy, the shield bubble, getting them into zone, minimal damage on both them and the vehicle that is protecting them. But now this fight is on. Pablo and Bevy going up against Scram and Tripperin. Tripperin, though, does scave away as Pablo and Bevy remained the healthier team in that fight. So good on Tripperin to just disengage. Fight to live another day. Live to fight another day.
Maybe another zone. I don't know that he'll have really anything to continue to play here.
That's true.
I don't know. I guess he'll get a couple more placement points, but might argue that it's better off to have him just try and win that fight. I know it's unlikely, but it's also unlikely with nothing to be able to survive that.
True. That's true. Another consistent team. Booga Muzz. Booga down and out here. Muzz left as a solo.
Our top two teams are solos right now.
This is interesting. This is a chance for the rest of the lobby to catch up here, with them being a little inconsistent in game number 3. But now diving in. Oh my gosh, Muzz. No, buddy. That unfortunately didn't go in your favor. He did get Vanilla's down, though, so he did some work. So I'll give him a little bit of credit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Vanilla's because that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Somehow, Thomas here finds just an extra loot cache chilling on the ground. So, not that he needs any help because he's Thomas HD, but he just got a little bit of help. And watch your head, please. If you're anywhere near this man, watch your head because he will take it right off.
Yeah, honestly, he only misses about 3 shots an entire series, so you got to witness one of 3. Ooh. My gosh. Thomas just deleted. We're talking about watch your heads around him. He needs to watch his head as well as he gets taken down quick, and Duke and Edgy hopping in the vehicle.
So first and second, fully out of this game.
Jeez, that is a surprising turn here as Vox gets a nice snipe. He keeps the game going for him, but no, gets caught out in the tree, and unfortunately now gets sent back to the lobby.
Ooh. Crisp and Ritual showed up. We know Crisp has had a lot of success here in the Zero build community, also in the collegiate community. So we'll see exactly if he's able to continue that here today at DreamHack. But solid loadouts. These guys have been understanding of how to play these games, put themselves in a position in order to be successful. So want to continue to see that from those two. Crisp trying to fight for this position. They're right on the edge of zone, so they're trying to push Iamzo out of that position so they can take that and get themselves into zone.
Yeah, and I think they can make it happen here. It's coming down to the wires. Zone 7 is when really things start to heat up. Everybody on top of each other, just fighting for the opportunity to stay alive. Of course, Okus now losing scope completely out of this one. He has tons of resources. Look at the bunkers galore here, SBG.
Hey, you love that. He's making a 1x1. Just chilling. He's getting pressured, but little do they know he has endless amounts of bunkers. Well, not really. He's only got one more, but we can call it endless. Okus knows his time's dwindling. This is what's called getting lobby focused. Happens in all game modes. There's some reasons for it. Sometimes there's not reasons for it. See you, Okus. We appreciate you. Crisp is going to take out Cammy, but Ritual goes down on that trade, and now it's all up to Crisp to try and close this out. He's going to be by himself, so he's just going to expend everything that he has and try and stay alive for as long as possible.
At that point, it's better on the offense to use those items than it is to leave them in the inventory for somebody else to take. So big shot comes through for Crisp, but no, it won't be enough as he goes down to Pablo Wingu. Brono still in this one, or just actually removed from this one, I should say. So another big name being taken out here. So much game yet to be played, and we're just getting ready to hit the halfway mark. I mean, these players, if they're not finding their groove yet, now's your time, man. You got to start making some adjustments.
Yeah, it looks like that rotate from Pablo and Bevy's not going as they planned. Bevy's is able to make it. Pablo pays quite a bit, but still up. So still able to output that damage if possible. We see everyone making these rotations in. There's so many players still up. 25, down goes another one. Let's call it 22 by the time that we finish watching this. More players going down left and right. Pablo, Bevies need to make a move here for some extra loot. They don't have much there. And luckily that fire is not going to burn, but we see the web slingers are going to be able to grab these shotguns, the web slingers, and get them a little bit extra. Bevies tries to make a play here, but that is not exactly what he wanted to do.
That is the last thing he wants to deal with in a situation like that. But with as many teams that are still up, we are going to see a pretty rapid decline of the player base as players like N-Star, Repairs, and Nightston go up against Keandro from their own team, as well as Reciprocal. You see, man, all it takes is one shot. Reciprocal's out of this one. That's going to be tough for him to try to rotate in.
He gone.
And there it is.
Duke and Edgy seem to be in the best position.
Agreed.
Chimp just clutched up a little 2v1 over there. Got both Pablo and Bevies. TK looks like he was having some trouble as well, but Duke and Edgy look in a position to close this one out. They're one of the healthiest teams, but as I say that, Duke getting a lot of pressure from behind him. Edgy's going to throw down some protection, be able to put themselves in this little tunnel for now. Limits over there. Vanilla's, he's trying to put that pressure on. Now it's up to Duke and Edgy to make a play here, find some more protection because they got nothing left in the inventory.
They just got to keep alive here for these last few moments. Duke and Edgy, they see so many teams. They know that there's players in these areas, but they just don't know for sure where, and Duke ends up finding them. It's actually Edgy ends up getting the full elimination there, but now they are down low. They have to use the ODM gear to get up, and looks like they're not going to be forced into anything too crazy as Chimp finds Vanilla's. This man is on a tear. You talked about him finding some success there as a solo, and the success continues as no way. Chimp finishes Edgy and Duke. They had everything there, and Chimp just said, no, 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 this is my game.
Chimp clutched that one up. We saw TK go down, and then Chimp's like, dude, what do I do? And it's like, actually, just, I'll do everything. Give me everything that needs to be done, and I will do it all.
Yeah, I mean, little clutch there from Chimp, and you love to see a great player for him to do that. So, honestly, this is just a great start here. What do you think is next for this team?
For Chimp and TK? I would go Chimp and TK have a solid game. Game 5. I think game 4, we're going to stumble a little bit, but game 5, we're getting right back up. Going to have a great one, and TK is going to clutch it up this time as opposed to Chimp. So, another team that, has continued to impress us. I know they did go down here, but Kinzo and Kika just continuing to show out. They were in our top 3 when we last checked. Going down this early, probably not still going to be up there, but I do expect them to still be in our top 10 because there hasn't been enough time. And Muzz literally almost ruined the game of Zuki's and Vanilla's, but luckily for them, they're able to survive and get a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the top 3 went down early. Of course, we saw Thomas HD and Malibu going down right there. Of course, Booga, Muzz, as well as Kinzo, Kika. So that could cause some disruption at the top half of the leaderboard. But again, we're only 3 games in. There's still 3 opportunities for these teams to come back, remain consistent, and keep it going. But, man, this is it. Duke and Edgy. What looked like their game to win. And Chimp just said, no, no, no. Big shot. Finish it up strong and take home the win.
Yeah, that dub's brought to you by Keandro and Swifty. A little bit of extra support by Keandro and Swifty jumping on Duke and Edgy there just allows that one to happen. Chimp's just like, dude, I can clean this one up. Plus, you have the pulse rifle there. That is honestly the best follow-up weapon with the pressure it puts out. And, I mean, Edgy trying to hide behind that tree, it's not really going to provide much coverage.
No, you're absolutely right. And we actually have the leaderboard ready for you all here at the halfway mark. Who's up at the top? And it's still Malabuka and Thomas HD. Wow. That considerable of a lead has led them to remain in the top spot despite them going down at the halfway mark.
Yeah, they had 18 elims going into this game, so only getting 2, getting a decent bit of placement there by Thomas, making as much as he could, although probably could argue he could have gotten a little more if he played that one safer. Duke and Edgy, though, that big game right there, 20 elims, now tying for the most elims in the lobby, putting themselves comfortably in second place, and we're starting to see a pretty big gap between the top 2 and then everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, that's what you love to see. Is you love to see some consistency from these players. But again, things happen. These teams can start to lose some momentum, drop a little bit, be less consistent, and teams like Aziz, Lucky, and Degen can creep right up into the top. So we'll be watching these teams closely as this continues on. But honestly, a really solid half here, or first half.
I would say so. I mean, the games have been a lot of fun to watch. That's saying a lot.
Yep, it's definitely going to be a lot. But speaking of a lot, we got to take a quick break because we got to let the players get some water, get re-energized for the second half of this competition. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a few.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack Dallas's finals. I mean, look at this. The Fortnite finals. I mean, $250,000 in line. The first half of the finals, incredible. Now for the closing act. Will Malibuca Thomas HD close on that first spot? Will another team disrupt it? SBG, tell them.
I don't know. You guys are going to have to sit here and watch with us because I can't tell you how the future's going to go. There's a saying.
There's a script. He has it. It's right there.
There's a reason you play the game.
Script.
Whoa.
Oh, I leaked it a little bit, you know.
All right. Now there is no more script, and we will find out how these games go because it's been fantastic so far. I mean, Malibuca Thomas doing pretty much what we've seen from them over the past season or so, being absolutely dominant. Duke and Edgy having a sick last game, putting themselves in second place. Booga Muzz being Booga Muzz. And the secret one to me is like Kinzo and Kika having a great tournament as well.
Yeah, great first half there for Kinzo and Kika. Of course, if you don't know their heritage, the NA West pros, they've been in the scene for quite some time, and it's good to see them showcasing what they have, the skills, against some of the best in the world, because that's what it is. This is people from all across Europe, NA, and more.
Yeah, we got a Brazilian team. We got an OCE team in here.
Jeez.
So a little bit of everything. Asia, where you at? We need you to show up to some DreamHack Sweden's coming up.
Yeah, DreamHack Summer here in a couple weeks. Definitely want to get you guys involved. But look, it's always great to have multi-regions participating in an event like this, especially because it is a qualifier on to the Gamers 8 Finals. And we already have 10 qualified, and we're getting ready to crown another 10. If you had to say there's one team that is solidified...
Malibuca Thomas HD.
Okay, Malibuca Thomas HD. You heard it here, folks. SBG basically giving them the stamp of guarantee that they go on here to the finals. So I'm going to say them as well, to be honest.
Well, they're in first place, so that's a really smart move.
Yeah, but it's not even just that smart move. It's just, it makes the most sense. They're incredibly talented, and they got a lot going for them. But you know what? Another team that has a lot going for them, I should say, is Cam Nuts and his duo. This duo, while they're not necessarily in the top 10, they've been relatively close the entire time. So let's go ahead and see what their thoughts are going into the weekend.
All right.
Our middle games were pretty scuffed. And then the last game we went into, we knew that we needed at least a 15-kill win. And the boy right here clutched it up for us, and we got right on the dot at 12. So.
You explained it perfectly, bro. I don't know. There's not much I can put onto that, but I'm still shaking. I can't really put any thoughts in my mind on that.
No, we were honestly speechless. It was insane performance overall. We're just ready for tomorrow, and hopefully we do better.
I got it, dude. Hey, slide count.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
That's 114.
Talk about being hyped. You see those two? I mean, coming up, realizing that you just qualified for finals. They're playing today. Look out for High Sky and Cam Nuts. They've had a solid weekend of some video games.
Yeah, and again, we talked about Cam Nuts before. He's the #1 Unreal Zero Build player going into the weekend. Obviously, that rank could be taken from him because he has been focused on, of course, the bigger event here at DreamHack. But as of this weekend going into it, that's where he was. But High Sky, it's great to see him back and active more in the Fortnite scene. He's obviously been in and out for quite some time. He's focused more on his content, working with FaZe Clan and doing some things there. But it's great to see him at an event like this, showcasing that this man has still got it.
Yeah, it has for a while now, and it's been cool to see. He's starting to look like a grown man, not just the young boy that we used to see playing some Fortnite. So, you know, people grow up. Game's been out for almost 5-6 years now, and the longer we see it, the more players we will see rise and kind of come into their own and become more than just a Fortnite player. Because, you know, when you're like 16 years old, I'm just chilling. I'm playing video games. I'm going to school. I'm hanging out with my friends. And then as you get older, you kind of like develop into the person that you're going to be.
Yeah. And we continue to see these players develop before our very eyes, which is a special piece of the Fortnite scene, because a lot of competitive scenes, you kind of get the buy-in of the team, and the team picks the players, right? Here in Fortnite, you get the buy-in of the player, which is a unique perspective, or buy-in of the player first, I should say, which is a unique perspective in esports you don't really get anywhere else. And so for that reason, especially because we have a younger audience, we get to watch them evolve. We literally got to watch Clicks. What was he? I think 14, 15 at the World Cup.
I don't know. Quick math says 14, 15.
Quick maths says that. And now, obviously, Clicks #1 Fortnite creator on Twitch, just doing massive things. And, of course, hanging out here in the creator area at DreamHack Dallas. So great to have him a part of this event. And so what, in your mind, we've seen the first 5, almost 6 years of the Fortnite legacy. What do the next 5 years look like to you?
I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I kind of just take it one season at a time.
Yeah.
Last couple years, we have known that there's been more in the competitive Fortnite space, because for me, Fortnite will always be Fortnite. Like, it's just kind of this crazy, wild game that does stuff all the time. And, you know, you're like, oh, you can't get any bigger than this. And they're like, boom, new collaboration that you didn't expect that was bigger than the last one. And then you're like, oh, you can't do any better than this. And then, boom, there's a whole new map. And, yeah, it continues to happen like that. So a lot of unexpected, I would say, is how the next 5 years are going to go.
I agree. I agree. And so that's what's exciting about Fortnite. You look back on what has been 5, again, almost 6 years of just incredible, revolutionary gaming, because it really has evolved not only what we get to see within this one individual game, but the way the gaming works as a whole. The Battle Pass system, the collaborations, the in-game events, all of these things that continue to surpass even our wildest dreams. The World Cup, the Invitational, now Global Championship. We have our first major system we've ever seen in Fortnite. So just so many incredible, great changes coming to the game. And so for the next 5 years, I can only hope for that momentum to continue to shift upward here for these competitive players, because they deserve it. They work hard. They're putting in the time, putting in the effort. And so anything that helps support the ecosystem.
It's kind of crazy to think that some of these players put in more effort than most people that work a normal 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And then you probably will still see people getting shade after this tournament for winning $45,000 playing video games.
Well, it is wild to me that is still a thought, right? That they're like, oh, you just got to hop on and play a video game and won $45,000. It's like, no, I probably put 60 hours of work in that week. Obviously, I had to travel for a lot of people. Some people traveling halfway across the world, traveling with PC equipment, doing all that. The stresses of having to travel with no guarantee of an outcome, too. It's tough. It's a lot of stress and time committed. So it's just like having, if not sometimes more committal to having a normal job outside in the world. So it's great to see these players continue to commit and showcase why they are the best. And so for me, Queasy Venno, Malibuka, Thomas HD, of course, Clicks and Pilkey, Booga, Muzz, all these incredible players here at DreamHack Dallas. It's great to see them stepping up to the plate, and shout out to all of them and all the other players competing, because you guys are what kind of keep this going. So,
and they are what keep this going.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people wouldn't be watching us play this game. I'll let you know that.
I don't know, man. It's pretty entertaining watching you fumble your controller.
Can I get a new production? I need a new caster, please. This guy, I've had enough.
Well, guess what? You can't get rid of me yet, because it's time for game number 4. Thomas HD, Malibuka. We dive in with our first place team, continuing their consistent streak here at the racetrack. You gotta love it, man, when a duo can take a drop like this with considerable amount of loot and turn it into what it is for them. You can't go wrong.
Definitely not. Looks like they're switching it up a little bit. They were landing on the same side. That fight that Duke and Edgy have been having now for a while seems to continue. Vortex and Jace are landing on them, but Duke and Edgy, as they did in FNCS, and I'll say it again, I mean, someone should have watched what happened during FNCS. If I was going to go third party a fight, or 50-50 a duo, really. It ain't going to be the one that won pretty much 12 out of 12 games off spawn. So, it is what it is. Everyone gets to make their decisions, and I'll make mine. Duke and Edgy, you're chilling, though.
It's great to see the focus that they had on winning those off-spawn engagements throughout the season, because it's not only panned out for them, obviously, in FNCS, but it's panned out for them here in this competition. But the first zone presents itself, and it looks like we're going to see a zone that could potentially favor Ugamaz, Queasy Veno.
And NPen D-Roller, don't forget that.
And Thomas HD Malabuka.
Yes, sir. NPen actually just took out Veno down south.
Wow. Man, Queasy and Veno. This duo is definitely an incredible team, but Zero Build is just a totally different experience, and NPen is one of the most winningest Zero Build players around. He won every single collegiate spring event in Zero Builds, every single one, and then went on to win the major invitational in the standard BR. I mean, the guy genuinely is special.
Say it again.
NPen is genuinely special.
Say it one more time.
For the people in the back, NPen, the greatest NA. No, I'm just kidding. But look, he is a special player. He continues to improve time and time again. Great personality in the space, and love to see him getting his spotlight where he deserves it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you say that 3 times, except I totally did. So
you did, yeah.
It's interesting. Marak, Bully, this is probably, PKR and SETI. That's exactly what I expected it to be. This is exactly how this fight has continued to go. Bully's trying to remain behind the pylon. He's got all of nowhere to go. Oh, just throwing stuff out the way, being like, all right, well, that's that. Thank you. You tried. Respect it. Not going to be good enough. Now, what do you think a SETI and a PKR needs to do in order to get one of those top 10 spots?
Ooh, this is a good question. I do believe they've had a few solid games. Nothing super standout performance-wise. So I think in the second half of all this, so the last 3 games, they really just need to focus on playing together. I think you even look at it now and you see where SETI is in comparison to PKR, and you're like, that's just a little too much space for my comfort.
I can see that.
Zero Build is so different. Like, again, in the standard BR, you can build your way out of things, you can move around, do what you need to do, but in the Zero Build, if you're caught out, especially in a fields like this, you realistically just go down. There's no other option. It's either the other person misses their shots and maybe you slip out, or you try to return fire, hope for the best, and potentially get knocked because you're going up against a full duo instead of your full duo being there to defend you.
One of the things we haven't really watched yet today is Mega City. Haven't really seen a ton of action coming out of there, where in the past, at least in heats, there was battles for that vault every time, and maybe those battles are causing those teams to overstay their welcome. I don't want to say become irrelevant, but become less relevant because they've just been sitting, fighting for a vault the entire time. Tayson and Mustache, though, that's definitely a team that has been up and down. We saw them have some great games. We saw them have some games that left something to be desired, and now they're looking to get up on our Game 2 winners, Accept and Dubs. Just sitting, holding, waiting for an angle, but Accept and Dubs are actually just going to take their vehicle on out of here. Tayson, Mustache, have the trigger discipline not to fire right away. If you don't see an opportunity to get a full knock, then you got to know, okay, just hold until you finally do get that opportunity, because from this distance, it really doesn't matter if you just get like 2 tags. That team's getting away regardless.
Hold that augment as Tayson choosing what he ends up getting, and it's the beauty of the augment system. Brand new to Fortnite here in this chapter. It's honestly one of the best additions, in my opinion, in recent years for Fortnite, and I hope that these additions continue. I feel like since the beginning of Chapter 3, we've seen some of the biggest mechanical changes to the game even bigger than the initial core mechanics of the game. So I'm hoping that we continue to see stuff like that over the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. We had tactical sprinting, then we had sliding, then we had mantling. Now we have augments. Got the grind rails. Zip lines were added way before. But, you know, we talked about it during heats, but it takes a special kind of person to actually be able to pull off a mantle in real life.
Yeah, the mantle, the slide, of course, augments, hurdling.
Thomas HG just domed Malibuca.
Listen, he don't miss. I'm not going to count that as the 1 of 3 shots that he misses because he, in theory, didn't miss. Just happened to land on his teammate.
Yeah, you can't damage them. Imagine you could.
There was a time in Fortnite history.
Bro, there was. That's when you really needed to know who you were playing with.
Yeah. It was a lot more difficult to load up in randoms because you never knew if they were just going to start trolling.
I like to troll. I troll all the time. You guys can't tell. Especially while playing video games. Then I also get way too serious about playing the game and then get frustrated. So, you know, it comes back and forth. But ultimately, I'm hard stuck in bronze 1.
Is that even possible?
No. I'm sure there's somebody that's hearing that and like, wow, we're letting a bronze 1 talk about Fortnite.
Don't worry, guys. He's unreal.
3,471.
Unreal at casting, but definitely a champion in our hearts. Elite to some. A diamond in the rough, but platinum in Fortnite rank.
Thomas and Malibuca continue to throw some shots out there. That's Pars and Baka, and wind up getting in trouble. Wind up getting in the sights. Now Pars and Baka are like, yo, you shot at us. I can return that favor. I ain't afraid to shoot. I'll do it. Don't make me. And they made him. So now we get to see these guys just chilling. Everybody hanging out. Nobody deciding it is time. And that heavy sniper, when it comes to vehicles, is huge because you put out so much damage onto the vehicle that it really just stops someone right in their tracks when you get shot with a heavy sniper.
Yeah. You know, the addition of the heavy sniper into the game was such an instrumental one in Chapter 1. I'll never forget the experience of being able to slide on the ice where Greasy Grove used to lie and just heavy snipe into boxes and hit those beautiful pump shots. I'll never forget those times, but now we get to reminisce with it a little bit because you have the heavy sniper, you have the Havoc shotgun, the Havoc being the closest to the bump shotgun we've seen in recent iterations.
Yeah, but it got nerfed, so you can't one-shot walls anymore.
That's true. That's true. You can't one-shot walls, but
the one
still
cool thing,
one-shot walls in our heart.
Well, the one cool thing is you can still hit backflip, no scopes, out the air, jumping out of a vehicle, then catch yourself with the web slingers.
Only if you're Thomas HD.
All right, we're going to see it. What you got, Thomas?
Could you imagine? We say that, right?
I'm done. If he does that, I'm done.
We're full joking, and then it flips to him, and he's just backflipping, no-scoping into the abyss and hoping that he hits the shot.
There needs to be no more commentary if that's what that guy is doing.
We'll literally just clip that, replay it for the rest of the competition.
No, just leave it on his POV. Just walk away. You don't need any commentary. Just if that happens, walk away. Allow him just to get every moment on stream, and we're just here chilling, appreciating the greatness.
But let's talk about greatness for a second.
Okay. LeBron James.
The LeBron James of Fortnite. No, I'm just kidding. He's the who? You know what?
What?
What is Bizzle? If you compared Bizzle to a sports athlete, he is one of the greats. So you got to put some respect on his name, but you had to pick one. Who would it be?
Brett Favre.
Ooh, I like that pick. I like that a lot.
because had success, won a couple of majors, had a long, successful career, and then retired and gave it up to the next successor, Aaron Rodgers. But I don't know who Aaron Rodgers is in this comparison.
Ooh, you know what? That's a good question.
Aaron Rodgers on the Jets, though. Let's go, baby.
Okay, this man's too excited.
Jets, Jets, Jets.
KRUST, Krusty, and Kirby playing in the Storm still. Not surprised. It's definitely going to be the strap for a lot of these teams. Malibu, Thomas HD playing in a bush. Glad to see them up here. This is a phenomenal sign here in this game.
They haven't had to move.
That's impressive.
Is it?
It is impressive. The luck that they've been given to where they don't have to move.
I guess that's true.
It's different in builds, right? You kind of have to move to continue to get material and follow certain pathing and stuff. But in zero build, the less you got to move, the better.
John Fortnite's blessing them right now. Just allowing them to vibe out in that bush. Probably throwing some tunes on, too. Well, what would you be listening to if you're just chilling in zone? I'm going with... I don't know.
I'm going with Fishy on Me.
Okay.
The greatest Fortnite song of all time.
I'm going with Best of You by the Foo Fighters.
Respect.
Favorite band. Easy.
Nice. Good choice.
Thank you.
Favorite? You know what? Let's now compare the rock stars of Pars and Baka to a band. You know, listen. Pars has been at the top of several FNCSs, almost winning multiple. He's been a staple in the scene, playing with Rays for quite some time, then now transitioning, exploring new territory as the regions have now combined. I'm curious what the future holds for him. I think he's a special guy, special player in the space, and so hoping for the best.
Success. That's
hoping for success.
That's what the future holds for him. I've seen enough from Pars and Baka as a duo that they've proven to me they can easily win games at the highest level. I take back the word easily. They can win games at the highest level. I don't think there's anyone right now besides Queasy and Venom. Like, they're the only ones that I think I could say easily could do it.
In the standard BR, of course. Let's be honest with them. We want to make sure they're taken care of. But now, though, looking at the way this is playing out, we do still have quite a few on the edge. Look, Pablo, Wingu, and Bevy. This is a team that Caster Lash, of all people, continues to tell me, he's like, every time, yep, they're going to be a team that wins. Doesn't matter what event. They could be at a hot dog eating contest, and he's going to be like, yeah, Pablo Wingu. Like, that's going to be it.
Better hope Joey Chestnut's not there.
I know, for real. Man.
That man's the GOAT.
Oh, man. But no, so Pablo Wingu and Bevy are going to be a team that we cannot shy away from. We need to make sure that the acknowledgement is given to this team because they deserve it.
They actually shot up the leaderboard after that past game.
And they can continue to shoot up the leaderboard depending on how the top half play this. Because, again, in the last game, the top three all out early.
Doesn't look like that's happening, at least here in this game. Might happen, you know.
Never know. There's still 60 players up.
Yeah, but, you know, it's fifth zone. From what I've seen, top players been chilling. Don't really have to worry about much at the moment, but Kato and Magician doing their hocus pocus, trying to get to zone.
Turn themselves around. Yep. And that's where you find a mustache.
You think Mustache will ever have a mustache? Like, that would actually be a savage move by him. Just grow the, like, best mustache in the game.
Could be. Lame, though. Going to get in here. Using a lot of resources to make the fight take place. Big shots come through. Ooh, but now Lame taking some damage. He needs to be on the back foot. Be a little bit more careful. Vico pushing ahead. Katu losing his teammate. Just hoping to survive.
See, Now everyone's just trying to get out of the storm. A lot has happened in the zone. Lame winds up going down, so Vico's all by himself. Has plenty to play out of, but at the same time, doesn't really have the heals that he needs in order to stay up. Does have the slap juice augment, so he'll continue to pull those as long as he can open things. But knowing that Merstash and Tayson land over at that spot, I doubt there's much left to open. That's a very efficient team, making sure they're getting everything. We got Muzz and Booga trying to find their spot in zone, and this is what's been so successful for them. I think what I'd be afraid of is these trees that can get knocked over. So I'd be shooting these all out myself before somebody else shoots them out. This is a really smart play. Parking the car in the garage. This is what Booga... Back when he played with Miro, when vehicles were a thing, that is why they were able to win in FNCS, is because they were constantly putting their car in the garage.
You know what? I respect it. I do think that's a part of why they won. I also think Miro's just the greatest controller player of all time.
Undisputed.
Undisputed. The man is just special. Just like Muzz. Also special here as he lands big shots. Booga just destroying as much cover as he can. He sees the shield kegs out, so he hopes to target the players nearby. But with enough cover there, it does look like they could potentially slip away. Booga won't be able to convert that into anything except some ammo lost.
Everyone trying to make their way into zone. Lots of players still sitting in storm. Baka and Pars haven't even left their perch up there. They might even be able to pick up Kinzo and Kika on their way in. No way.
Whoa.
Thomas.
Oh my gosh. Can we just talk about how he's the greatest sniper player in any game of all time? Period.
No.
End of story. Yes.
No.
You can't tell me otherwise.
I'm telling you otherwise.
And you're wrong. I don't tell you you're wrong often, but you're wrong.
That's okay. Oh, getting involved here. Chris
Love it.
walks into the wrong house. Now it's Sis Lucky trying to knock on somebody's door. That's Ref's guard. Ref's guard says nobody's home, but Sis Lucky breaks and enters. Says, yeah, I'm coming in anyway. Him and DGen quietly been a great performing duo. And we see what Thomas and Malabuka are doing is watching the teams above them, shooting out any of the positions of strength, because they know that behind they're chilling. So they have to watch out for the teams up above.
Letting the world know not only where they are, but letting the world know they know where they are as well. Malabuka, Thomas HD, lighting up the skies. Players like Bolt and Thorek just try to move. Interesting decisions here. The zone is going to be a problem for a lot of these teams, but for some, it's just the start of what is to continue on. Ooh, I thought Carrot was about to get into it with Crackly and easiness. You see him moving at high speeds, but still is able to slip away.
A lot of our top teams still in it. All of our top duos that we've been watching here today are doing everything they need. We did see Kika and Kinzo had a shot. That was actually the team they were just taking shots at. It was Pars and Baka. Ran into some issues in Storm, but everyone's able to make it in. This is a little bit of a tough rotate here, but as I say that, a little shield bubble comes down, and this is a smart play. Not only are you able to use the shield bubble for this rotate, you go center zone, then you go straight to the front side of next zone. This is exactly why this team's been so good.
What is happening here? They continue to engage in fights with this too. They are such a multifaceted team. It is impressive, and Thomas not slowing down. Big shot, knocks Crackly and takes out easiness. That is going to be a quick cleanup as they get back in the car and get moving again.
They just made that look way too easy for what it should have been. But it's also showing you that Thomas has played a ton of zero builds in order to understand the timing of when you're going in and out of those shield bubbles. I feel like some players aren't super comfortable and shoot too early or over peak to the point where they leave themselves way exposed. Thomas just like dipping, ducking right in, making sure that they're in the best spot possible. Now we see another team. This is the strat. I told you yesterday that vehicles were going to be a big deal. And finally now in heats today, we're seeing everyone use them to the best of their abilities.
Well, again, now where there's so many teams up,
you
have to. You absolutely have to. So did Cammy. No. No way. No, Muzz.
Muzz doesn't. Did he even realize?
He had no clue. I don't think he realizes.
I think they're just waiting. They're like, wait, if I get out of the car, then they get the car. So who gets out of the car? I don't want to get out of the car. I would stay in the car. And I think all of them are like, I'm going to stay in the car. But then if you shoot the person, they swap seats. Muzz throws down the shield bubble. Cammy hops out. What is going on?
Ooh, this is huge.
Cammy's back in.
Oh, Cammy's back in. Oh, big shot. Ends up taking out Muzz. Booga still in this one, though. And still gets to keep the car. And wait,
Cammy's coming back.
There's no way. Guys, you just give up the car.
No.
No.
Booga's going down with the ship.
No, unfortunately, yep. There it is. He ends up going down in what is otherwise spectacular fashion. Malibuka and Thomas HD still in this one, though.
About to do it again.
7 eliminations as Cammy and Jabko end up going down to Baka. Thomas HD looks like cleaned up the latter half of that duo in Jabko. Oh my gosh.
Just doesn't miss, bro.
Told you, he only misses 3 shots a game.
Now.
Or 3 shots, not a game. 3 shots an entire tournament.
Haven't actually been as successful. Oh, there it is. Another one.
Oh, another one.
Down goes Malibuka. Thomas needs to get in. He's got to pop that slurp. He's not going to get in. He's going down in the storm. That's still a top 4 from them. Able to get in. Now it's Pars putting in some work. It's Pars and Baka. There's Vert on the other side of that. Vert's trying to knock it up. He can clean it up. And down goes Baka. Vert taking the dub. That's a big win for him and Quinn.
Huge for them. 7 eliminations, walking away with the victory royale. Big finish. Could be a leaderboard shifter as well. And remember, that team qualified in heat number 1, so we didn't get to see too much of the action from them throughout the weekend. And they're making up for that here in game number 4.
They are showing us exactly why they qualified in heat number 1, showing off the ability to win games, and they did it right there, taking up a dub. And Vert doing a little bit of work just by himself. Quinn went down a little earlier, but hey, that's why you get good teammates. That's why I like working with you. So when I fall down, you pick me up.
Hey, likewise, man. It is always important to pick the right duo. The right chemistry makes the difference. And for Quinn and Vert, they found that chemistry early in Heat 1 and all throughout game number 4. So we'll see if that ends up translating for them in the remainder of these games. But we still have 2 more to go. 2 more opportunities for teams to disrupt the leaderboard and potentially qualify on the Gamers 8 event. I'm so excited, man.
Yeah, we're at the point where it's pretty much, I would say the top couple of teams are like solidified as long as they just survive off spawn. And then everyone else is kind of vying for those spots. A team that did well once again was Sizlucky and DJ, and I would not be surprised to see them at top 5 when we take a look at the leaderboard. But Thomas and Malibuka just showing us exactly why they are so good. Continuously hitting all the shots. Once again, getting another top 5, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopped.
It's going to take a large force to stop them and the tear that they have been on. And for Thomas HD Malibuka, you just got to, you can't help but root from them at this point. Like, they have continually showcased some of the best overall Fortnite in both F and CS this year, as well as, of course, Zero Build. I mean, here at DreamHack, this spot, I believe, goes to them.
What if I'm a hater? Then I can not root for them.
You could definitely not root for them if you are a hater, but you'd be wrong.
You can't be wrong as a hater.
Yep.
You're just a hater.
Yeah, which is wrong. I don't make the rules, guys. That's just how it is. But for Malibuka, Thomas HD, clearly probably holding the top spot. If not, it'll be close between them and, of course, second place and third place. But regardless, we will see the leaderboard here in a few moments. Or we'll break down, I guess, what the leaderboard will look like for you all at home as these games continue on. And so, man, this is exciting.
It is. I think when we're looking at these games, there's a lot of teams that have had a good game. There's very few teams that have regularly had good games. So ultimately, that's why Thomas and Malabuka are standing out right now. Booga and Muzz having a solid game as well, even though they had some people tailgating in their ride in that last game. Still able to show success, have another top 10 under their belt. Not going to be keeping up with a team like Malabuka and Thomas. Nonetheless, hey, top 10 still gets you to qualify to Gamers 8, and I think that's what most of our players are shooting for. You want to win the tournament, but at this point, you're looking up, you're like, Malabuka, Thomas, can I come along, please?
Can I borrow a few points? No, in all seriousness, you're right. They are starting to run away with it, depending on how it ends up playing out there. Because, again, that was another top 5 finish for them. Multiple eliminations as well, with 5 points per elimination being the key. It's definitely going to be tough for any teams, especially the slower teams who they might find great placement but don't get those elims, or vice versa. They get some great elims early on but don't make it to the later parts of the game.
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, it's like we got 2 games left. You have either figured it out or you haven't. And maybe you get back-to-back dubs and pull out a miracle qual to Gamers 8, get that 10th spot. But I think it's going to be really difficult. We've seen so many great plays from great players. And I don't expect Malabuka and Thomas, Kinzo and Kika to falter. Also, Booga and Muzz, like all of these players. Maybe a couple of them fall, like 1 or 2 games, or 1 game, because we only have 2 left, but I don't see it happening multiple games in a row.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think for a lot of these teams, they realize that this is it. This is the final moments here for them to do something with DreamHack Dallas. But again, don't forget, this isn't the last opportunity for these teams to qualify on to Gamers 8 event here at the beginning of July. No. DreamHack Summer is just a few weeks away, and that will be the final qualifying opportunity to Gamers 8. So for a lot of these players that maybe they don't find that success here today, don't worry. In 2 weeks, you'll have one more try.
Yeah, bring it. We want to see it. I love watching this Fortnite, and it's been a lot of fun so far, but we need to make sure that DreamHack Sweden is stacked as well, because seeing what we saw in these games, I want to see it one more time. Now we do get to take a look at what our leaderboard looks like. Malabuka Thomas all the way up there. Rich Homie Quinn and Vert making their way up the leaderboard as well. I told you, Sizz and DGen after that game, they'd be in their top 5, and boom, there they are.
Honestly, impressive. You did actually call that, so impressive for you to call that, but impressive to see Duke and Edgy overtaking Accept and Dubs there in 5th place, and with 225 points, they're looking solid. They're looking solid, but again, 2 more games still up for grabs, and when teams can walk away with 80 to 100 points a game, it can convert and can change. But of course, nothing changes here for Thomas, HD, and Malabuka as they still reign supreme at DreamHack Dallas.
Yeah, they're chilling. Don't really have anything to worry about off spawn, and glad to see some prize contests. That's one of my pet peeves when it comes down to Fortnite. See those surprise contests later on in the game. There's a time and a place, and I think what we saw from Queasy and Veno during the Invitational, that's the time, that's the place. There would not be a time and place at the moment right now, so these guys will be chilling. They get their loot. Does look like Bronos Origin's going to fall off spawn. It's the N-Star duo. We watched that fight a couple of times. We also watched that in Heat, so these guys continuing to battle this out. Nobody's figured it out just yet. Both teams kind of stalling a little bit compared to what they would hope for, but the other fight I would love to be able to see once again, because it seems like it happens every time, is Edgy Duke.
Yeah.
I haven't seen whether or not Vortex and Jace have landed on them once again.
Yeah, it could be a fight we get to see, but now tuning in with Bloomy for the first time here, and he's going up against Smite. Bloomy taking a lot of damage, ends up going down, but doesn't matter. Rabid cleans it up here as the game continues on for him.
Little clutch up for the dog. Little man picking it up. Bloomy putting him down. Rabbit able to make it all work. And we're able to see plenty of what's going on. It does appear that NPen and D-Roller have kind of switched up whatever they were doing. I don't see them in their normal area that they've been landing on the west side of Kenjutsu. So we'll see how that pans out. Our previous game winners, Vert and Quinn, about to run into Tripper, who doesn't look like he's anywhere near Scram.
Yeah, for Tripper, the only play there is to just try to be passive and hope that Quinn and Vert don't engage. And fortunately for him, that is exactly what happened. Because now they get moving, get to step in here. But speaking of moving, man, Bizzle and Cooper, this has been a fight that we've continually seen here. As Camnut's now down, High Sky left as a solo to hold it and clutch it. But unfortunately, just not going to be able to defeat the legacy, the player and the all-star, the jock, the muscle man himself, Aim Bizzle.
Guys just chilling. Don't really have anything to worry about at this point now. Japko Cammy. Seen some success from them. Riding on the back seat of Booga. They've been all right. Just patiently playing. At this stage in the game, you just kind of wait for a mistake to be made. Don't really want to put yourself in a position to have to jump down there. And I'm sure Japko has no thoughts of even going down. Not until Cammy gets over here and a shot is to be had. But if Kirby and Krusty leave any opportunity for a sniper shot there, it will come through.
Man, listen, the difference that you feel in a lobby like this with snipers is just immense, and it's great to see how these players utilize what's given to them. But Cammy now just trying to play a little bit more passive. I don't think he's willing to take the risk of exposing himself right now with Japko.
There's the Duke Elim onto Jace finally. So that did happen once again. It just didn't happen as a 50-50 right off spawn.
So with this being game number 5, do you think we start game 6 watching Duke and Edgy?
I guess a better question is where are Vortex and Jace gonna decide to land?
They'll probably still just commit to it.
Why?
They just landed there 5 times. If they didn't move it 5 times, they won 1.
No, they didn't.
I thought they did.
No.
You sure?
99% sure.
You see it on the tire. Oh, man, listen. I think they won 1, to be fair.
Okay, 4-1. Still not worth it, in my opinion.
I agree. I'm not saying it is. But
go land in a tree in the middle of the map. You'll get more points.
Also, if you're rooting for Duke and Edgy, you don't want them to land anywhere else because they want to continue to take those points.
I guess that's true. I just don't. I can't understand why. Oh, Booga Muzz down.
No, to Queasy. It does look like Muzz in that moment got the knock on the Veno, but Queasy should be able to get Veno back into it.
But hold on, going back. I don't understand why you keep banging your head against the wall, and it's just a brick wall that's not moving. Like, you are legit. You see where this marker is on the screen. Land in a tree. Don't even loot anything. Land in that tree. You probably get more points.
Well, Duke and Edgy having a great start here. Few eliminations early on.
Yeah, 2 every game.
Yeah.
What is it with them? Like, why now this is 2 tournaments in a row during a finals they get landed on?
I mean, when you think about the way that the map lays out, drops are able to be split and utilized by multiple teams, but Duke and Edgy are just too good off spawn that it doesn't make a lot of sense for anybody to challenge them. So
yeah, that's kind of my point. That's what I've been trying to say here.
But again, if you've landed there 5 times,
yeah, might as well give them 2 more elims.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. What if Vortex and their teammate end up going to Summer and Edgy and Duke qualify? Now they don't have to worry about them, potentially. Be less likely to make the trip over to DreamHack Summer.
Would you?
Could be strategic.
if you just finished in like 5th place and win, hold on, that's the paper I threw away. $12,000.
Yeah.
Why
look,
would you not go?
I'm just saying it's less likely because it's one thing for Duke and Edgy to travel a few hours domestically there in the U.S., but to travel, let's say 18 hours over to Sweden and an hour drive or hour 2 drive from the airport, like there's a lot of factors you have to keep in mind.
Did you know Jönköping has the best kebab pizza?
The more you know. We've been learning a lot about Sweden recently. No particular reason.
Oh, there's definitely a reason. Because we're preparing for DreamHack Sweden in a couple weeks.
Exactly. Got to stay focused and locked in for the competition that is ahead. Now those Shattered Slabs seems to be getting ready to spawn the vault, or maybe the vault actually might just have been opened.
Now they scooped up the loot, got out of there.
Whoopity scoop and get to moving.
Whoopity,
Still a team in Mega City though.
whoop, whoop, whoop.
Curious who that is actually.
Queasy Venno probably. They got those elims on Booga and Muzz. No, they're probably this orange arrow. I've done my research. 7 out of 10 times they make this rotate in 4 games on Game 5 in finals during this season, when Venno gets 2 assists and Queasy gets an elim. And now we see Vert and Quinn patiently waiting. Still waiting, and they're just waiting. We're waiting and waiting.
Would you say that they're waiting?
No, I sang that they're waiting.
Oh, true. Moo and Tax here. One of the top teams from San Diego. Of course, already getting a qualifying spot on to Gamers 8. Is here competing again in the finals. So I think this is definitely not where they want to find themselves right now. They put a shield bubble down using a resource to stay alive. And unfortunately, in the midst of that resource being used, the fire comes out and burns almost the entire thing. And speaking of getting burned, says Lucky ends up going down here. Wait, is that Queasy Venno?
It's comeback time.
I was about to say, I had this feeling, right? This innate feeling that Queasy and Venno were going to do something big in Game 5 going into today. What game is it?
Game 5.
Here it is. Queasy Venno win with 20 eliminations. Take it to the bank.
I don't think the bank will cash that.
I'll try my best.
All right. What bank do you use? No, don't go there. Now, Thomas HD. Malibuca. Just chilling. These guys, I feel like once you get that lead and like once you're comfortably ahead, you kind of play a little differently knowing that the tournament is right in front of you to win. And you don't necessarily do the same things that you did that got you here.
Speaking of how they got there, Quinn and Vert hanging out.
Yeah, they had to mantle up there, which was really impressive physically.
True. You know what's also impressive physically? If you don't know, Quinn wears a 60-pound diamond chain around his neck every time he goes to an event. That's pretty impressive strength to be lugging that around and still being able to do big things in Fortnite. But all those 1v1s he spends his time on is definitely paying off for him here.
Yeah, it must be hard to walk around with all that bling on you. Just the bright lights that shine off of your diamonds. I can't even imagine that. Like, if I'm just sitting up there with 60 pounds on my neck, and you got all the haters staring at you, they're like, yo, why are you doing that? And you're like, I'm just the best.
Speaking of the best, Duke and Edgy pressuring Pablo Wingo and Bevy into a compromising spot, but Duke taking way too much damage is now going to cause this fight to engage. Fortunately for them, though, the shield bubble will come out. They'll be able to get back together. But wait, does Edgy have the health? Yes. Okay. Whew. I was concerned for a second, and that is an understatement.
I wasn't concerned or not. Yeah, I don't know. It happens. It's Fortnite. People get eliminated every game. Kind of get used to it. Desensitizes you to eliminations.
You know, it desensitizes it to me when they're not a top 5 team. But guess what? Duke and Edgy.
Malabuka knocked!
No.
He's getting picked up.
Okay. Listen, I know you felt the energy at home through the microphone, but the energy here in the studio when that just happened, it shook me to my core. I'm not going to lie. It scared me a little bit.
Veno with another one.
What'd I tell you? 20 elims and the win. And, he's looking for it.
They're not in a great spot. They need to get a refresh here. Or go find a building. Yeah, oh, that ain't good. Peek me, bruv.
Imagine he just hits that.
Peek me, bruv. I'm
Like-
Thomas HD. Hellfire picks up your seer. Dude, I was scared there. Malabuka going down there, but they are not really in great position.
They just need to stay alive here. They don't have necessarily what it takes to win the game, but they might have enough to at least get top 20.
Yeah, Edgy and Duke hitting that little dead side rotate action. Vert and Quinn decided, all right, it's time to stop sitting in the roof of this house and now actually make our own rotate. They're in a good spot, though. This is a team that I think have clearly understood the challenge ahead of them. All they need to do is stay alive, get as many placement points as possible, because they're not a team that has absolutely popped off. Like, they definitely have their fair share of eliminations. But that pickaxe is just so clean. I can't imagine being able to play Fortnite and just being able to whip that thing out, and you're like, yeah, you know who I am. Say my name.
Well, what's even crazier about that statement right there is there are 2 teams, both alive right now, that have that pickaxe in the same lobby. Let that sink in. Like, no, for real, the sink's over there. Can you let it in?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Well, he grabs that. Pablo Ingo Bevy still in it, still surprisingly staying alive here despite the position we saw them in moments ago. Curious, though, what they're going to be able to do from here, because it does look like they are going to be blocked off by several teams. Edgy, it looks like, took a lot of damage. I believe Krusty and Co. now going to try to push in. So if Edgy's not careful, could end up getting caught out. And sure enough, yes, Edgy's going to be forced to move before he can get that med kick completely off.
It's all ogre.
Wait, and the shots were focused on to Duke, but no, Edgy has been found. Rabid ends up cleaning it up. Duke, though, still alive here in this one. Can he make something of it, though? That's the question. Ooh, and of course, he gets caught out. He has a few more seconds before his ODM gear will recharge, and he can use it. It's going to be a close one, though. Team's looking at him from multiple angles. Surprisingly, no one trying to break out the tree while he heals. Duke might actually be able to stay in and even potentially go back for Edgy's card.
Well, he's making himself look small, so nobody can see where he is. Some extra loot right there. Looks like Duke just wants to get in the zone, find himself a spot to hang out in. This house was at first the thought, but not anymore. Yep, that's going to be another fight. Maybe not. I would have expected those two to push off that. But looking to slow it down, I guess, at this point. Getting in the tree. Yeah. Oh, no. That was a good idea. Now not a good idea.
Yeah, we saw the plays in heat number 1 with the ODM gear in the tree. Was fully expecting to see that yet again. But yeah, see, this team now that has their eyes set on Duke, they're willing to break anything in their path to get him out. And smart play on his part. Go back into Storm. You got the med kit. You'll be able to heal back up. Potentially rotate around the left side. And then come in from a different angle in Storm. But you, as well as I, see there's still another team to the left in Storm. So that could be a problem for Duke if he's not careful.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and just play for Storm as long as possible.
Is that Cammy?
See if he can find any whites here. I didn't see. That's a nice little bonus. You can't find whites, though. It doesn't really matter. Oh, wow. Again, it's kind of useless, though, if you can't get in Storm or in zone. Nonetheless, should be able to scoot right in, just barely. Oh, zone's moving. Yeah, it might be all over for Duke.
Yep, and there it is. Does end up getting taken out by Rabid, who continued to hold that angle. Malabuka, 1 HP in a dream here, as Thomas HD looks to carry on the legacy of the Sniper King. Big shot.
Queasy picked up another one while we're just chilling.
No way.
Yes way.
What'd I say? 20 elims, win. Game number 5.
Rails being very friendly to this duo. Using them correctly. I would not want to stay by that tree, though.
Speaking of Rails, how do you like the addition of Rails this season?
They are. I don't really have like an opinion on them. Like it's a rail.
I feel like they're good movement locally. Oh my.
How do you know he's in there? Like what? Did you see him walk in there? Like what is going on?
It's just
I'm
so
like
good.
mad for the player that just got shot.
Okay, so I wonder if Malabuka just has like his brightness all the way up, and so he could see like every speck in every angle. Might be all over.
All over,
No.
as some may say. That's Queasy. That gets that. Malabuka's just sitting in a tree. Don't do anything, bro. You got this. Pars and Bach are going to see him. There's no way they don't see him. Bert down. Okay, so second place is down. Opportunity comes knocking. Who's answering the door?
Oh my gosh.
This might actually work for like his own. This is going to be the difference between like 10 points.
Yeah, I said they just need a consistent top 20 here if they end up being in shambles. And that top 20 looks like it could present themselves. Only 4 more teams need to go down.
Oh, if that fire spreads, though, to the tree, that's going to be a problem. Queasy another one.
Oh, no.
There it is.
There's no way. Oh, I was about to say it's Kiko. But if that was Queasy, man's on one.
No, on one's a different player.
Easiness goes down to Queasy. Can we... I got to get an update where Queasy and Veto are at. I got to see how many eliminations they have right now.
40.
It's going to be probably about 12, if I had to say.
Shoot the bush. Shoot the bush. Shoot the bush. Shoot him. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Except Dub's still alive. We've seen some success from them. They're hanging out in their bunker.
They were in the top
building.
10 going into this game.
Yeah, they've been pretty successful. We saw them win. Not in the best spot right here, but, you know, they're surviving. They're thriving, at least for the moment. Lots of HP in their back pocket. So I would expect with no movement, they're going to look to make a storm play late in the zone to make that rotate. Vino picks up another one.
Oh!
There's another one.
Veno. Okay, Queasy, Veno.
11.
There it is, 11. So I was close.
If they get 20...
And they win the game?
What are we doing?
Ooh, that's a good question. We just, I'll be claimed as the prophecy knower. Or maybe I have the script, I don't know.
Oh, no, I threw the script away. There's
yeah, but I watched
there's that pickaxe again.
I watched you go pick it up, man.
Hey, don't tell anyone.
Oh, my bad. You didn't go pick it up. Forehead.
All right, they have to make the rotate, though. I know they're, like, messing around over there, but they ain't dropping a 20 bomb if they don't rotate. Everybody's getting cracked. This is a tough game.
There's still a lot of people still in this one. I think rotating late it can either be the key or be a problem.
There it is. Except Dubs picking up another one.
Wow.
Acorn goes down to Cooper. Looks like Fizzle and Cooper still up and alive. Yep, there they are in the background. We see them. Acorn Cold down to Cooper. First and second place. Well, first, yeah.
Merstash going down there. Ooh, Except picking up Merrick. Oh, that's tough. That's really tough. Queasy picking up another one in the elimination feed onto Rabid. Queasy picking up another one onto the elimination feed because of Bully.
We have Pablo doing the tree classic where we're just hanging out, Except firing shots down range. And then we do see they found themselves a nice little corner to hang out in. No movement for the duo. Queasy's got 11 himself, so we're at 16. 6 other players remaining. They have to get 4 of them if they want to drop a 20 bomb. They have the weapons. Like, inarguably, they have the best weapons in the game right now.
Oh, and there it is. They should be able to get this one onto Cammy. Cammy's weak, but no, they actually can't convert it. They do get Japko. And now Queasy going to dive in here. Oh, and Cammy just tries to slip away. Now forcing them to focus their efforts elsewhere onto Bizzle and Cooper. When you hear those pulse rifles go and you just got to duck and hide because there's just no true defense to it.
Oh, in the tree.
Now they found out.
Queasy will clean that up.
Oh,
Pablo's about to go down. Oh, to the next tree. You'll never find me. Pablo's having another good game, though. This should put them up top 5 or so. Look at this movement. He's unhittable.
I'm not seeing enough movement.
And Queasy and Vino are about to win this game, but, like, what is Pablo doing?
Hey, he was staying alive there, so you got to give it to him. But no, there it is. This is going to finish up the game. Oh no, Queasy goes down. Veno left as a solo.
We see it again.
Really clutch up.
The 1v1.
Here it is. The 1v1. Veno cannot miss. He needs to do this. This can convert him into the DreamHack champion. If he lands the shot, big play comes through. Cammy holds on, but it won't be enough. Veno wins this exchange as they walk away with 19 eliminations in the win. That's close enough to 20 for me.
Yeah, I round up.
I round up too.
That was the. Well, how do we see those two wind up face to face once again? That was written. Script.
I told you it's a script, man. we got the script right here. I mean, it is kind of funny. We predicted. We said, listen, I had a feeling they were going to have a great game 5. I told the people, of course, 20 eliminations. 19 is close enough for me.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, why didn't they do this every game?
It's because I didn't tell them to do it every game.
That's a good point. I also think MPen and D-Roller decided to go somewhere else, and I didn't see them off spawn, so a lot easier when you don't really have those issues off spawn, having to fight and then maybe not make it, maybe have to go get your teammate rebooted. There's a lot that can go wrong when you're contested, so we see that. Bizzle Cooper had a good game as well, and Cammy, he's doing his thing. He stayed alive long enough. Pablo was zooming. That was the zoomiest zooming I've ever zoomed.
Yeah, no, I don't know that I've ever heard that phrasing, but love it. I'll take it. Dubs and accept, though.
I'll give you things you've never heard before every time.
Thank you for that.
It's not a good thing.
You are the best at that. But man, just what a finish.
Easy best fragger in the world? Totally over-exaggerating things?
I don't know. Could be. Maybe he learned a lot from Veno.
I think after a single game of DreamHack, he has now established himself as the best fragger in Game 5 of DreamHack's Dallas.
You know, looking back at that play there for Queasy, he had the shotgun, so he was hoping to break the tree and convert it, but it still worked out in their favor. They walk away with the win, but it definitely makes you wonder, does shooting into the tree make more difference than trying to shoot the tree and end up going down? I don't know. You can always look back. Hindsight is 20/20 and have a different opinion, but nevertheless, the games are almost over.
I think when you have Vino as your teammate, you're like, dude, I can do whatever I want.
I know.
Like, that guy's healthy, and he's got a weapon. Yeah, all right. He's got this.
Now, let's see if they have it, not only in that game, but do they have the top of the leaderboard? As we check in and see where they conclude.
Waiting.
Queasy Veno in 3rd place. Okay. At first, I didn't see it. I was like, where are they?
Well, yeah, because it's Queasy Kame, so, like, you're expecting the name to be a lot longer. But, yeah, 3rd place. From not being in our top 10 to just like, boom, what's up, everybody?
What's up, guys?
Still, surprisingly enough, Malibu and Thomas have pretty much a 50-point lead.
That is honestly impressive. They in my opinion, they've solidified the spot, closed it out for them. They could get 0 points in this game and go on. I can comfortably say that, honestly.
I don't know that they could get 0 points and win.
Not win, but I think they could qualify onto Gamers 8.
Yeah.
But you know, they don't want to just qualify onto Gamers 8. They want to win that 45K.
Oh, 100%. And we see there's a bigger gap between 1st and 2nd than there is 2nd and 10th. That is a lot of points, and it is crazy because that means everyone on this leaderboard from 2nd to 10th has a chance to go down early and lose their spot. So this game right here coming up, our final game of the day, is going to be a massive one to decide who gets a ton of cash out of that 250K prize pool, and then also who's going to Riyadh this summer for Gamers 8.
So much on the line with one game remaining. Chat, now's your time. Throw your predictions in. We want to see who you think will walk away going straight to Gamers 8 and who will have to compete in DreamHack Summer for a chance to qualify on. This is it, folks. One game remaining. Will Queasy Venno have another spectacular game? Will Rich Homie Quinn and Vert do enough to stay in it? Will Edgy and Duke find a similar success, or will they have a different off-spawn battle than what they've been seeing the other 5 games? I know you have a different opinion, but let's just say this is the one time they go down. And where they're positioned at in the leaderboard, that would be very disruptive for them.
That would be. It could happen. I mean, we could also go win FNCS, and that's not happening either. So,
listen, first and foremost, I want to say we could win FNCS.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who are we playing against? Nobody?
We'll go against the best.
Did you just see what Queasy and Venno did?
Oh, I didn't say we're going to go win European FNCS. All right, guys? But no, in all seriousness, it's down to this here, folks. We have one game remaining here to crown our 10 teams going on to Gamers 8 in sunny Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Again, for all of you at home that maybe are wondering what we keep talking about, what is Gamers 8? Well, we got you covered. Gamers8.gg has all the information about the biggest gaming festival of the year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Check out all the information there. You'll see when the events are, prizing for the different titles that they are offering, and of course, ways that you can come out and see the event live for yourself. It is not going to be one that you want to miss. SVG and I had the opportunity to be out there last year, and it is an incredible, incredible experience.
It's a lot of fun. Enjoyed talking to players. Enjoyed watching Fortnite. That's probably the thing I enjoyed most. I love watching Fortnite, if you guys can't tell. I like Fortnite, food, football, and having fun.
Well, as you can imagine, he's mentioned all of those things here in the weekend. So it definitely makes sense as to why those things are important to him. But no, it is time.
Is it?
It is time here, folks. Strap in. The battle bus is almost loaded. We're waiting for just a few more players to say, you know what, it is time for us to go on and see where this journey takes us. Remember,
load in. I'm ready.
Remember, with the prizing
for you
here, it is
the script right here.
Don't leak the script here now. There is.
I'm making a change actually.
Queasy Venno with it. Oh man, I saw what he wrote there, guys. But no, look, with the prizing the way that it is distributed, everybody involved, fortunately, is going to be walking away with a piece that made it to the finals. But you know that
we're absolutely ridiculous.
That $45,000 at the top is what these teams really want to go for. Oh man, does somebody dethrone Malibuka and Thomas HG? What do you think?
No,
I think Rich Homie Quinn and Vert walk away with the win.
Okay,
it's time.
Is it?
There's no more waiting for the people at home. I want you all to know.
Let's go!
This has been a spectacular journey from us here on the desk, from all of you at DreamHack Dallas, and of course the people at home. We're going to finish strong. Queasy already getting an elimination in the feed. They just touched down on the grass and they're already getting elims. What is happening?
Touch grass once a day makes you a better Fortnite player. We do see, looks like that fight did happen down south. Looks like that fight is happening between Duke and Edgy over there. So, Panda, you wondered, are things going to change? No, things don't change. They stay the same. Never change. Just like I tell you, never change, man. Never change. Keep being you.
Likewise, man. Likewise. But now, Thomas HD Malabuka.
Jace, knock on Duke.
No. No. SBG, what have you done?
Nothing. I have just sat here and talked about video games, so.
I don't know, man. I think you cursed Duke and Edgy.
Nope.
You too confidently said there's no way they lose this.
Nope. I didn't do anything. I just talked about video games.
I got to know.
Not
I got to know.
Boom.
We have to find out what is going on with
now Jace and Vortex are about to get third-partied.
Wait, no way.
They're going to get double third-partied. SETI and PKR are coming over. Bully is coming over. They're done. That map is a word. It's a show.
There's no way.
There's a way. Look, it's chaos.
Wait, Jace went down to Edgy.
Yeah, Edgy got a knocked, and then he got knocked.
No.
From what I saw. Yeah, there goes Jace to PKR. Rip.
Yep.
GG's. That part of the map's just been absolute chaos. Sure, Edgy is going to have some choice words. Duke, too nice of a guy. Will never say anything.
Krusty and Kirby playing the safe game out here on the outskirts. Cammy and Japko doing a bit of the same.
How'd they get all the way over? Oh, that's different team. I'm thinking SETI. Dude, they're like, in my head, they're always going to be the same team. Vert and Quinn look like they're comfortable doing the same exact thing they did last game, which for them, all they got to do is chill. Like, literally just sit here, chill, do nothing, and they will qualify to Gamers 8. So I would be quite comfortable doing nothing if I was them. Sitting in your little hut, and, you know, maybe people are going to say that's not how you should play Fortnite, but I don't care. If that gets me a chance to win $2 million and a portion of $250,000 today, I'm doing it every time.
Every time. You got to do what you got to do to stay in it. And sure enough for them, they're in second place. So you can't knock the game plan.
No, not at all. Who's a surprise team you think has a good game today? Or not today. Obviously, it's almost over, but in this match.
I think Accept and Dubs need the surprise game. And they've been the surprise team for me all weekend. I've said it a few times, and seeing them, obviously, in the top 10 of the leaderboard right now kind of just solidifies what I was thinking early on. And with the pressure on them, they're a team that I can see for sure showing up here in a big way in the final game.
Thomas and Malabuka just chilling, looting up. Seems like they're able to get even more loot than they need. Racetrack is enough loot for like 3 or 4 players.
Yeah.
And then they're like, yeah, we're actually just going to go down to the southern area of Racetrack too, grab even more loot. It's a tough life being them.
Great.
Grapes?
Greatness.
Grape tomatoes.
The definition of mega city.
Churros.
You know, that would be a cool consumable item to add to Fortnite.
Churros?
Mm-hmm.
I can go for a churro right now. Especially one dipped in like chocolate. You ever have a chocolate dip, like fresh churro?
Of course.
Oh, the best. Some random dude on the side of a street selling churros and some chocolate. Oh, I'm coming to find you after this. I know you're out there, and I'm coming for you. For no other reason than I'm gonna eat your churros. Panda's dying right now.
Now though, the nouns team of Mojack and Origins doing a good job of positioning themselves well up north. Now going to get involved here with the Brutal Bash, and this could be the last battle of the Vault that we get to see here today and of the weekend. And I'd love to see how this one ends, so we'll have to definitely keep an eye on it as the fight begins, but so much stuff still yet to unfold in the final game.
You know it's not going to unfold? My churro, because it's going to be properly made.
All right. Now we sit here with Easiness and Crackly. just down below. This makes me wonder where Cease and Tragics are, because there are 3 teams there, but they were not one of them from what I could tell. So not sure what's going through the thought or the head for them. But Thomas HD Malibuca now, again, positioning themselves well. The beautiful thing about Racetrack is not only, like you mentioned, is it a place where you can get loot for 3 or 4 people individually, you also have the loot path that is extremely quick to hit. You're not struggling like in Mega City to go up and down levels of a building. Like, you have a pretty flat surface, you hit your loot path, and you just go.
Yeah, that's a very good point. There's also normally no one that lands super close to you, so you're not going to have to really worry about getting quickly ran up on. Every once in a while it'll happen, but obviously it hasn't happened today. At this point, I mean, it's just mid-game, so if they do get in a fight, it is what it is. This is pretty regular from what we've seen at Brutal Bastion. I think this tells the story of where all these teams are on the leaderboard. Stalled. Everyone just sitting here waiting. 3 teams trying to play for 1 vault. Only 1 team can win that vault, and no one wants to let it up. So I think Cease and Tragics have had a couple of good games. Crackly and Easiness have one. Vox and Kaizen, I can't say they've had a couple of good games, but we'll see.
Everybody trying to finish strong. No exception here for Thomas HD and Malibuca. Look at that inventory, man.
I'm looking.
I mean, look, if you're going to DreamHack Summer, you need to watch what Thomas HD and Malibuca are doing and take notes, because the Racetrack is definitely the way.
Well, if Bajers Kanata were there, they would land Racetrack. Not my semifinals. But we'll see. They finally do have... This is probably the most difficult rotate that they're going to have to make. Just because they're going to have to go through plenty of open space here, and we see there are teams in the Racetrack. Luckily, there's not really anyone behind them, so that'll be very advantageous to them. But it's just a matter of like where exactly they want to find themselves in these zones, and we see a bunch of players already starting to go for those various loot caches. Get themselves a little bit of upgrade in those weapons. A little slurp juice action. I know you know. That's huge.
Huge. For Mojack. You see the 2 kegs in the inventory. Great shield recovery there for them. Scrammer tripping though. Not finding the success that they want here in the finals, but still looking to finish strong. Going up against Bully and Maruk. Who again, remember, Bully already has a spot Gamers 8. For Tripper and Scram, they're willing to fight him for it.
Cool thing is that no matter what... Oh, Jason, Vortex M are still alive. Good for them, actually. That's not what you want to do. The cool thing is, no matter what you do, you make $1,000 for making finals. Yeah, that's tough. Boom. 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 I'm the best. Look at me. Taking it home. That wasn't me. That was Tripper and Scram doing that. But that's what they're saying.
I was about to say it. Like, you just leave the studio and go embody Tripper in that moment. It was a good finish for them.
Living vicariously through them.
I like it. I like that. That's my life with Fortnite players.
Same. And then you go play and you're like, I'm not as good as I just watched these guys play.
Yeah, so I just go watch more. I'm bound to get good at some point, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
You just got to watch to get good.
I'll teach you how to play.
Cool, cool, cool.
Thomas, Malibuca, they're trying to park their car somewhere. Find a spot to hang out. Quinn and Vert still haven't moved. I think they've secured some good points within this match, and I think they'll be quite happy with this by the time they rotate in the zone. If they do, should be about 30 teams left. All teams up are a duo. I feel like that's the first time in a while that we've been able to see that at this stage in the game. Haven't been as many of those early game fights as what we've seen way later on. We did see Nebs and Savage in the distance driving past them, so Vert and Quinn don't know this, but we know this. There's really no one behind them. We can see that team in the Racetrack, but I don't see them having an issue.
Agreed.
Aker and Cole just went down.
It's been a tough day for him.
Has been.
Listen, you can't have all the perfect days. Unless you're Queasy Venom.
Even for them, it hasn't been perfect.
That's true. They've run into a lot of issues, but with a big game 5, keep them in contention.
Thomas hitting the mantelpiece. And he's trying to bait somebody behind him. Or in front. Eventually, this is going to get destroyed. Except in Dubs. Dubs should be holding the shotgun out. I don't know. What are we doing? Everyone's just sitting waiting. We're all just waiting. Just like us. Just like these players. We're all waiting for the right moment. Just like Thomas HD knew. Once they break this wall, I'm throwing down a bunker. And now, you can't stop me.
Can't stop them now. As Vert and Quinn are on the move. Good time to decide to move. But you see they're not going directly into zone, which tells me again they've been playing a lot of Storm here. This is very reminiscent to me of what we saw from Pilkey and his duo last year when trying to qualify on to Gamers 8. Remember?
Yeah, playing late in Storm.
Mm-hmm. Playing Storm to the final moments. And that worked for Pilkey and co last year, so could be working here for Quinn and Vert. Obviously, they're in second place going into this, so it's a good chance that it is going to work in their favor, but nevertheless.
Malabuka's pretty weak. I would guess he either got beamed or sniped. Not exactly where you want to be if you're the team in first place, but they've secured about 20 points already this game, so I would say they're pretty safe compared to where they could be. I don't want to crown them yet, but that first place spot seems to be theirs.
Yeah, anything can change at a moment's notice. That's why you always got to hope that no one makes a uber aggressive play onto you. There is another team looming close, though. If they get closer and the fight ensues, Thomas and Malabuka might be in a tough spot to try and fight it out, because there are so many teams that it will definitely cause issues for them if a fight ensues at this point in the game.
Dripper just picked up PKR, so looks like that team's being a little more aggressive. Vert, like you mentioned, these guys are playing deep in Storm. Picking up some white heals so that they can chill, have some more time without any worry. I have noticed there is a wild Bolts and Thoric nearby.
Except in Dubs as well.
So many wild players appearing in the Storm. You're not going to be able to catch them all, but what you can do is throw some shots their way. Except in Dubs, they're just waiting, trying to get their combat cash. They know how powerful those slurp juices are. Scram gets a knock there on the Jace. And Except in Dubs, patiently waiting. Don't really need to do anything at the moment.
For them, they just need to survive here through this game, because remember, they are a top 10 team.
Wow.
So placement points is going to be super important. And Vortex, the game they survive off spawn, finding a lot of success, several eliminations in the feed going towards them, which is interesting to see how that's playing out for them. But Except leaving Tubbs behind,
Panic.
Not even giving him a chance.
Panic.
They said, no, my car.
Just straight up panic. Started to get shot and then immediately jumped into the car. I've done that, don't worry. Sometimes you're playing, like when I play fantasy football with my friends, there's a pick, and you know the clock's going. We call that a panic pick, and that's exactly what that just was. That was a panic, jump in the car and keep driving. But it's okay. They made it. He had had his teammates throw him down the heels. It's fine. And Vert and Quinn, really just chilling. Don't want to get into Storm too quickly, and I can understand why. It's a lot safer to play in Storm than it is going to be to play elsewhere. The one thing they have to worry about, though, is that Storm sickness. I think we're well below the problem just yet. But if they sit there in a 2-tick when this zone closes, they are going to run into issues.
for sure, and that'll create some problems for them later on because there will be moments in the final moving zones where you have to play Storm a bit, and if they don't have that luxury or that extra buffer room to play Storm, it will be a serious problem.
Pablo and Bevy's in here too. Everyone's just in the Storm. Why do they have so many heals? Right? They must have fought a player.
Had to have.
Trashy's right there, so they must have just picked off Pump.
Interesting. I wonder where Trashy and Pump lie on the leaderboard right now.
I don't know. I haven't really seen more than like one solid end game from them.
That's true, which is unorthodox for them. But remember, they are already one of those teams that did qualify on a Gamers 8. So, typically, one that we would expect to be doing a little bit better, but nevertheless, still in it.
Now we see Pablo, Bevy's making their way in. They were in 5th place headed in to this game, so just making it to about 9th zone will be their goal. We are seeing the storm surge warnings pop up. Vert and Quinn do have some damage, so they're not necessarily going to have to worry about that, but they will have to worry about is a clean entry into this zone. It's 2 ticking now, so it's a little more damage, and Quinn won't be able to be healed while he's driving. That's why they're doing the good old driver swap. And if they can get themselves on the backside of zone, put themselves in that side that starts in the storm, that'll be a great spot to position. And Thomas Malabuka just doing what they do best, putting some pressure on, taking some shots, and getting tagged right back.
Big plays here to finish this one off. They need to stay in it, though. They cannot be complacent. Have to do everything in their power to stay alive. Quinn has gone down here, leaving Vert as a solo to clean this one up. Big shots land, and that's going to be another elim for him. And he actually gives them the opportunity to pick Quinn back into it.
Yeah, just fast enough. Luckily, he'll be able to get some shield, too. Thomas and Malabuka look like they wanted to make a play on that truck, but not going to come through just yet. They're right on the edge of storm. I don't think they're actually going to be in here, so we do need to see them move just a couple boxes over. Looks like Vert was forced off of picking up Quinn. It looked like that was going to be an easy one, but now Vert's playing all by himself. Except in Dubs, another team that has a chance to make that top 5, and they're staying alive, they're staying healthy. Vert, though, has an uphill battle playing as a solo.
Tough end to the second place team going into final game. They may drop a little bit on the leaderboard, but I think they've still done enough to potentially go on to Gamers 8. But we'll see where that lies.
Kinzo goes
after
down.
The game. Wow, Kinzo and Kika. Remember, they needed a big game here to stay in contention for the qual spot. And Thomas HD Malabuka still looking.
Both are down. Kika, Kinzo out. That was our 8th place team going in. There's now an opening. Anyone that is close now has an opening to try and play for that top 10.
It's a good chance that somebody can slip into that spot. We'll only know with time. Curiouser and curiouser I am as Except and Dubs, another team in the top 10 that needed to be consistent here to stay in contention for Gamers 8. Losing Dubs here, it was not really a great option, but no, he ends up finding the elimination. That's Trashy, who'd been playing as a solo for quite some time, so he definitely held on and got some great solo points for him, but I don't know that that'll be enough here as Except now found, caught completely off guard. He does still have the slurp juice going, so now with the Medmiss, he just needs to continue to play for a big play back into Storm. Medmiss should be enough to keep him healthy. And with other shots raining in, Pablo Wingu and Bevies are forced off of that fight. This is a good sign. Good sign for Except and Dubs. Maybe they can put a few more points on and not have to worry about too much. But for Pablo Wingu and Bevies, they're going to need to do more.
And do more they will. Going to be looking to make this rotate. Except staying alive just long enough, so he's doing all the work for his team. This is the hard lifting, the hard labor that's going on through the end of this game. Except trying to avoid going down, and yes, he does. That's unfortunate. Will 12th place be enough to be able to keep them in this game? Thomas and Malibuca still up. They're getting pressured, so they're going to run into some issues, but they've done enough. First place should be theirs. I don't think anyone can overtake them. Everyone else is just playing for one of those top 10 spots. Thomas getting a ton of pressure from every angle. He's got nowhere to go. There's fire on one side. There's fire coming from the other side. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible, and down he goes.
That is a tough end to the top team, but I think they've done enough here to solidify it. But will there be some other teams that do enough to go on to Gamers 8 here as the finals continue on? Degen picks up 2 in the elimination feed. Now Pablo Wingo getting a knock on to Mojack. That's going to be it for him. Oh, this could be huge. The Nouns duo was in contention, I believe, for a top 10 spot, but I don't know if they did enough there. Mega, though, still in it.
Muzz and Booger are sitting up there, too.
Oh, that's going to be huge for them. They could actually, with a really, really good ending, dethrone Malibuca and Thomas HD.
Maybe. I don't see that happening. This is a Degen, though. Look like they're going to be able to put themselves in a position to qualify. For Gamers 8, that top 10 is huge. Pablo just trying to keep himself alive, do enough for his team, and it looks like he has so far. Muzz and Booga looking to win the second game of the day.
You'll love to see it here. The consistency out of this duo is just amazing. Again, we've seen Muzz already qualify once to Gamers 8. He's looking to double qualify again. Interestingly enough, I don't know how that would work for another team, but for Pablo Wingu, he needs to stay alive, and it's all over. Booga and Muzz walk away with the final game win of the day. And there it is, folks. DreamHack Dallas, the finals have been completed. And I gotta say, these were some of the best zero-build games I've ever had to watch, and of course with the pleasure of watching it with you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. We saw Booga and Muzz start off the day with a win. We're gonna end the day with a Booga and Muzz win.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. They're such a genuine duo as well. Muzz, incredible personality, very humble, head to the ground, always grinds. Booga, of course, the massive personality that he is, and continues to grind and put in hard work, and no one more deserving to finish it off on such a strong note. We got to recap, of course, how this final game played out for some of these teams, and definitely a struggle for some, like Bully.
There's going to be a few shakeups across this leaderboard. We saw some teams at the top do enough, I think, like Vert here, even though he goes down earlier than he probably would have liked to. I think 22nd is going to be enough for him and Quinn to, I wouldn't even say get outside of that top 6 or so. And then, obviously, Thomas, Malibuca done enough. These guys are the champs. I don't think we even need to wait for the leaderboard for this one.
I don't know, man.
I do know. Congratulations, Thomas and Malibuca. You guys have won DreamHack Dallas. And now, Pablo, Bevies, a lot of this is really just jockeying. Like, there's thousands of dollars at play between the rest of them. To be able to see Degen, Sizz, again, having another solid game, like, that's a play that wins them thousands more.
That was a huge ending for them. I mean, good God. I mean, so many massive finishing shots here that are the difference of whether or not they got 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, whatever the case may be. We won't know until we see the leaderboard, though, as, of course, Booga and Muzz with a sweet, sweet finish. Congratulations again on picking up the final victory royale of the day. Huge shout-out to, of course, Dignitas, Booga, and free agent Muzz, man. Guys at home, Orgs, you hearing this? Pick this man up.
Hey, you could. He's a great player, great kid. And the only player that I know of to win 2 FNCSs on 2 different regions and to win 2 games on the front side and the back side of DreamHack Dallas.
I mean, look, again, not only that, he's already qualified to Gamers 8.
That's true.
He played with Bully in San Diego and got one of the top 10 spots there. And he solidified another top 10 spot with Booga. So,
what would you do?
Oh, man. There's some questions, of course. I think, of course, you stay with the first duo that you won with. You stay with Bully. And you take that duo to the bank and go for it in Gamers 8. And, of course, for Booga, I have a feeling Booga's going to be there anyway.
Okay. I was just wondering. I mean, I don't know what I would do. If, like, honestly, I had to choose between the two, you wouldn't get an answer out of me. So I respect that you did that. This is our leaderboard. This is our final. And congratulations to Malabuka and Thomas. It is official. Clearly sitting up there in first place. Then, Bevies, Pablo Wingo doing enough to make it into second. Booga and Muzz with that dub at the end of the day, pulling in third place, and Sizz and D-Gen bringing it home for fourth.
Wow. Looking at the top 10, you now have your qualifying teams going on to Gamers 8, and some big shocking surprises right outside the top 10. We have to talk about it. Cammy, Japko, Queasy Veno, Edgy Duke, and Seti. All outside. Just outside of it, too. Fortunately, for a majority of those teams, 3 out of the 4 actually are all European teams, so they will have another opportunity in DreamHack Summer. Now, if Duke and Edgy want to make the trip, of course, they can make the trip too, but big congratulations to Malabuka Thomas HD, Bevy Pablo Wingu, Booga Muzz, Sizz Lucky Dejin, Rich Homie Quinn and Vert, Except and Dubs, Pars, and Baka, Kika, Kenzo, Paper Yamzo, and Reciprocal and Casker. You guys are going on to Gamers 8.
And I was just looking, the only double qualifier is Muzz. So not even one duo now is double qualified. That just shows how good all these players are. There's so many solid teams that are going back and forth. And there are our winners, Malabuka and Thomas. They're just soaking it in. Congratulations to you two. Anas in the background letting this team know. And Mustache like, dude, you did it. Look at that.
Yeah, it's always good to see former teammates come together, celebrate together in a big way. And, you know, it's funny, with Malibu and Mustache separating at the beginning of this year, I wasn't sure how it was going to go for either team, but they've always been kind of neck and neck on every leaderboard, right? First and second in the first season of FNCS, and then close again in the second season. So regardless, it's great to see the love and exchange there from those teammates or ex-teammates. But here it is. How do we wrap up what is probably one of the most spectacular Zeo Build competitions to date?
I think we start with saying thank you to all the players. I really appreciate you guys being incredible at what you do. Without you guys, none of this is possible. And also shout out DreamHack, Fortnite, Gamers 8, all you guys that do all the great work behind us. I really appreciate all of that. And I mean, the production team absolutely crushed it. So thank you guys as well. And the admin team, I know some people are going to be like, oh, you know, there's stuff that happened. Well, I still think they did a great job.
Listen, phenomenal weekend all the way around. Thank you guys for everyone involved, all the players, all production, and of course, congratulations for the teams that are going on to the Gamers 8 event here in July. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, open and up for grabs for other people that want to come spectate as well. So make sure to get all that information at gamers8.gg if you want to be a part of the Fortnite event too. And that's going to be it for us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in throughout the day, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.